Must-win contest here at SuperSport Park in Centurion as we reach the final round of the CSA One-Day Cup. It's the Momentum Multiply Titans taking on the East Valreno Northwest Dragons. We were with our match official, Mr. Rudy Birkenstock, and our two captains, the Momentum Multiply Titans captain, Rivaldo Munsami, and for East Valreno Northwest Dragons, it is Vian Leber. We have Mr. Munsami with the coin.
Tails. Tails is a call?
Tails is the call from Vian Leber.
That seems like the appropriate role for the game, is that?
It is a hit, so we have Rivaldo winning the toss. Rivaldo, what's your decision and for what reason?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a bowl first. Overcast, fresh wicket. We're gonna look to get something out of it early this morning.
Starting off the season wasn't too shaky. Down low at the end of the bottom of the table, and all of a sudden here's a chance to get into the qualifier. How do you ensure that the team continues the momentum to get there?
Yeah, look, the boys are in a good space. It's just we've had a bit of a tough one here. We haven't had one full 50 over game for this season, which is quite frustrating. But the boys are in a good space, and hopefully we get a good game in here today.
Any changes coming from the previous fixture to this?
Yeah, one change. Roller van der Merwe, the Bulldog, out, and Lazard Williams in.
Wonderful. Rivaldo, all the best to your match.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Can I have Vian Leber join us? Vian, for on the toss, what would have been your decision and why?
We would have had a ball as well. Obviously, weather conditions around would have impacted the decision a little bit. The covers have been on through the night with a bit of rain around. But in saying that, don't mind putting the Titans batting line up under a bit of pressure with the bat first. So if we can start well, put them under a bit of pressure. They haven't scored massive amounts this season, so put that batting line up under pressure and see what they come out with.
Team over the past couple of years, after branching off from the lines and standing on its own, is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. How do you ensure now that this game, where you can actually make it to the last push of the tournament, becomes a success for you guys?
Yeah, look, I think we've done a lot of things right in the last couple of seasons. I think the coaches have done a really good job in kind of building our own brand and kind of building our own way of play. That's been evident in the amount of playoffs and sort of finals we've been in the last couple of seasons. So, yeah, we're not too faced with the end result at this moment. We're going to stick to our processes as much as possible. I think it's something that most sportsmen will tell you. We can't look too far ahead, take it one ball at a time and see where we come out on. But the way we've been playing, relatively calm and positive in what we're doing, so excited.
Fantastic, it's rather impressive without Dejan Forrester in the team as well. But now the question is, from the last team to this one, what are any changes that you've made?
No changes to the team. Yeah, we've been doing a good job overall, so we wanted to give Kali Fryer another go. He's obviously a young talent and only had a couple of overs in the reduced or sort of whatever you call it, the abandoned game in the previous one. So yeah, he's shown us enough to kind of give him another go, and especially on a quick bouncy wicket, we want to see what he can come up with. So yeah.
Fantastic. Vian, all the best with you and your Dragons. A very important game here at SuperSport Park. Whichever team wins makes it into that qualifier to see who's going to play the Lions at the end of the season. It is the Momentum Multiply Titans who've won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first.
Good morning and welcome to Centurion, SuperSport Park, hosting the last group game of the CSA One-Day Cup. Momentum Multiply Titans versus Northwest. It's going to be a very interesting clash, and I say that because it is like a quarter-final. The team that wins here will advance to the playoffs, so a lot at stake between these two teams. Earlier this morning, Titans won the toss, elected to bowl. Not surprised with that decision. Overcast, there was rain overnight, and there should be a little bit of movement early this morning. With me this morning, Kobus Pinar. Morning, Kobus.
Good morning, Pierre. Yeah, lovely to spend the Sunday here with you at SuperSport Park. Quarter-final cricket, as you said, knockout cricket. We know the Titans is a proud franchise and they want to use this home condition to get into that final. One change in their side. They left out the old stalwart Roelof van der Merwe and they brought in extra pace bowler Lazard Williams with international experience. And as you rightly said, overcast here at SuperSport Park. A nice looking fresh wicket, and it will be very important for their seamers in the likes of Duan Jansen, Lazard Williams and Dayan Khalim to make inroads in this first hour of this clash on Sunday.
Now, talking about the surface and the conditions, it looks an absolute belter. Typical SuperSport Park wicket, but we know day games, early in the morning, there's usually a little bit of movement. And I think it's a wicket where we're going to see some good bounce. It's just going to get better. From a batting perspective, two slips in position. Duan Jansen from the Henops River end with the first over. I think it was pad down the leg side.
Yeah, definitely sounded a soft sound of the 5-pad, most likely of Ludwig Schult. I must say, exciting young opening partnership here of Ludwig Schult and Michael Prince from Northwest Dragons. Guy who finished and matriculated at Potchefstroom Fall School is doing all the right things in a young career, showing promises of exciting young stroke maker. And it's good to have the likes of him and Cali Fryer playing in this Northwest side with Jan Forrester on international duty. So it's good to see the pipeline coming through and getting top-class experience.
There's a little bit of swing through the air for Jansen.
Yeah, I must say he's gone from strength to strength this season, Duan Jansen, coming across to the Titans. And I must say, looking at his tall figure, same as his brother, and the way he's bowling and the way he's been contributing towards some of the Titans' success in the last couple of months is definitely a heartwarming feeling for us here. And I think it's important for him to see how he can make inroads and get close to that national setup as his brother has been doing so exceptionally well the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, his dream is to open the bowling with his brother Marku. Just a little push to field in the covers. Yeah, Duan Jansen had a very good season for the Titans with the new ball, especially setting the tone. He's a very tall fella, but You still have to land the ball, and he's been consistent with his lengths, especially. And what he's done well as well is that he strikes up front with that new ball. First run for Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, I can definitely see a lot of improvement in terms of his action. If you look at his rhythm, the way he runs in, he looks organized, he looks balanced at the crease, and that's so important if you look at his lanky figure, which I felt lacked last year. He missed down the leg side, sometimes falling away with his bowling action, and that improved a hell of a lot, and it will give him so much confidence to make sure, as you rightly said, to run in with the new ball and have confidence in where the ball is going, and that allow you to strike. It will be a handful for Michael Prince here. We can definitely see there's a bit of movement off the deck away from the left-hander. So Michael Prince will have his work cut out here with Duan Jansen's last two deliveries in this first over.
A little bit of bounce. That's what he gets. Especially he's one of those bowlers that really enjoys bowling on this surface, SuperSport Park. It's more bounce. It forces the batter to be very reluctant getting on that front foot.
Yeah, talking about the bounce, it takes me back to Efim Balati's years here at SuperSport Park, where he bowled early 150 kilometers an hour. It was never express space, but the extra bounce, and because of his height, made him very, very successful.
Will be a leg by to finish the over. Tidy over from Duan Jansen. Just the 2 runs conceded. Yeah, big game. We spoke about it earlier. Big game for both these sides to get that 3rd spot. Lions, they ended first, so that means that they're going to go straight to the final. It's now a matter of who's going to play against the Warriors in the knockout game. From the F-Bob end, Dayan Khalim. He will definitely get some movement through the air. We know that he shapes the ball away from the right-hander, but one thing he's worked on, especially this season, is to get the ball to straighten or just to come back into the right-hander. And I'm sure we'll see that in this over. We'll just get his stock ball going and then use his variation.
Yeah, it's so important to keep that line just outside the off stump. You can see a little bit more of a defensive field here by Rivaldo Sammy. Moon Sammy, the captain of the Titans. Only the 1 slip, a wide between 2nd and 3rd slip in action.
He started with the one that just comes back into or just straightens. He got the 1 slip in position. Third man, fine leg on the boundary.
Nice packed offside there. 2 very athletic fielders in Keegan Peterson and Lesego Senekwana doing duty. Square on the offside for Dayan Khalim.
I bowled him! That's the one that just came back. That's the ball that he's been working on. And it's worked for him. First blow for Titans. Prince has got to go. He's been done with an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, brilliant, Pierre. Definitely some inside information there, and he'll be very pleased with that. Nice when a plan come together. You can see running in nice rhythmically, movement off the deck, and he cuts him in half, and a brilliant delivery, and you can see the delight. And look at that celebration, and the first one down for the Titans here on home soil. Exactly what I needed in this first hour, and very well delivered here by Dayan Khalim.
Here we can see that delivery. His natural stock delivery is the one that swings through the air away from the right-hand batter, and he's done him here with the 1 that just nips back. There is a little bit of a slope as well, and he's used it to his benefit.
Yeah, it was very good there. Also, you could see a little bit fuller than his normal length at SuperSport Park. That's the reason why it hit the stumps. And you could see the delight there. Done him cheaply there, and it's brilliant to see how a plan comes together.
It's nice when a plan works. It's very satisfying for a player. You talk about it in the change room, you talk about it with your coaches in the training environment, and when it comes off in a game, that's when you can build a lot of confidence. First blow from the Titans. Janneman Malan is going to join Schild. You definitely know Janneman Malan very well.
Yeah, it's someone you actually got so high hopes for. He was international cricketer of a year a couple of years ago for South Africa, and then just sort of fell away a little bit. So all of us know the ability that he has. A very strong offside player, and he just looked for some form. I think there's a lot of things going on in his mind, and a quality cricketer in South Africa definitely nonetheless. But he has had a couple of very challenging seasons the last couple of years, and I think mentally it's a big challenge for him to get through this. I saw a couple of 50s this year, but growing up he was a heavy run scorer for a long period of time. So he's still young enough to make a very good career, and hopefully he can come back to his best again. Challenging situation where he finds himself 2 for 1 year, so a lot of time for him to build himself a nice innings here at SuperSport Park.
Excellent start.
Can definitely feel there's a vibe in the field. Young Engelbrecht, that extra cover there, doing the necessary work to get the ball into the keeper, and that just shows you that they understand fully that what's up for grabs here to get into that playoff position in this competition. And what better place to play a home game in this situation.
Testing little period for the batters. Janneman Malan just indicating that there's a little bit of movement. Yeah, it's so important. You always talk about that first hour, and that's exactly that. Yeah, this morning, 2 new balls, overcast conditions, a lot of rain around, so tricky conditions for batters. Good over. Maiden wicket. 2 for 1.
Yeah, 6 out of 6 in the right area. That's all you can ask for as a captain of your opening bowler. He striked in that second delivery, so a very good start for him. And that's where he was guilty sometimes throughout the season, where he was a bit loose in his first over. And nice control there up front, and that's important to hunt in partnerships. If we look at Duan Jansen, Dan Khalim and Lazard Williams, there's a lot of skill between the 3 bowlers of good pace and bounce also. So definitely the cards have been played rightly for the Titans to win the toss here and get these 3 guys the best of the conditions as soon as possible.
Starts with a bouncer.
Yeah, nice accurate bouncer. You can see here also the 2 fielders square of the wicket. We spoke about Duan Jansen's excessive bounce, and you can see exactly where the backward point and the cover has been placed very square on the offside. So good captaincy to realize the lens that Duan Jansen is going to be looking to bowl here, and you can see the position of Senequano and Keegan Peterson on the offside is way behind the normal positions.
Been very disciplined. I know we're only in the third over, but it's been disciplined. Titans certainly throwing the first punch here.
Yeah, we have to say Titans had a slow start to the 2025-2026 season, and Rivas Goblin, the new coach, has been at the helm for the first time, and you can definitely see there's a transition in this team. There's a bit of a change, and results speak by itself. There's a lot of international players who's been away on duty and things, and a lot of youngsters had made their debuts this year and got opportunities to rebuild this Titans brand.
It's in the gap. Get it easy too. Don't mind that length, because that's where you're going to get your swing. Cover field is very, very square. If you're going to bowl that length and that line, perhaps that cover fielder can go touch straighter. Through the gap, on top of his toes, and just punched it for the first boundary this morning.
Yeah, not a lot wrong with delivery. Elegantly played by Ludwig Schill, the talented young left-handed opening batsman. We spoke about him earlier today. And if you walk back as a bowler and you look at this shot, there's not a lot wrong with delivery. Not a lot any whiff outside the off stump. But he got on top of the bounce, and his timing was exquisite. And he pierced the gap between backward point and cover. It was very, very square, and they could only run back and pick the ball up. A lovely way to get the first behind of the morning. And it looks like a field change. As we rightly said, early doors, it's a lovely wicket, a very, very good batting wicket. So a bit more defensive, but still the Titans in a good position here.
Oh, for a moment in the air, but just punched past the umpire. Another two.
Yes.
Your thoughts on Ludwig Schult, the way he plays and the way he sets himself up?
Looks very organized.
Yeah, exactly the word I want to say now. It's what I've seen the last couple of years, seeing him growing up, last 4 or 5 years through under 19 cricket and through school cricket. Always very organized, and he always looks to score, which is a good thing of the opening batter, and technically very sound.
Good leave. A good over for the Dragons. 3 gone, 10 for 1.
Okay, but it's fine. I also don't want to.
Yeah, the Northwest Dragons also got a very strong pipeline with University of Potchefstroom, Pikke, running a good cricket program there under Conrad de Swart. So they always have a talented pool of players from across the country who comes in. So it's always nice to have a good feeder, and that relationship is so important between the university and the union to make sure that the next in line players are ready to play.
Excellent fielding, good energy there to save a single to keep Malan on strike.
Nice, Lizzie.
Yeah, that's one of my things is from a coaching point of view. If you need one of your batters to get in, I always look for them to get off strike as soon as possible, just to get that heavy feet out of the way, maybe run it 2 somewhere. And you can look at Janeman now. He's been there for 5 balls without rotating strike. It's so important to get off strike.
There's the one that just shaped away. A little bit of shape. That will make Malan think. And when I say that, it's when is that one coming back? When is it coming? There's the one. Well played. Malan. Still looking to get off the mark. So there's a little bit of pressure building on him now, but he's got experience. He would know that only in the 4th over, there's plenty time, and the longer you're going to bat on this wicket, the easier it's going to become. It looks a very, very good batting wicket. Typical SuperSport Park wicket. Quick outfield, lush. You just got to buy a bit of time in these conditions from a batting perspective. Good disciplined areas from Halim.
Yeah, you always get the feeling that SuperSport Park is one of those grounds and wicket where you can give yourself more time because you can so easily catch up. You can take 10, 15 balls to get yourself in. 2, 3 boundaries will come in quick succession on this quick outfield and very good wicket. So you always got more time than you think. You don't have to look for too many options up front. Once you settle yourself in and you get used to the bounce and the pace of the wicket, you can easily play catch-up cricket as a batsman.
Width offered, but not accepted from Malan. He's playing around with his options, is Halim. That one just a little bit of away movement. Made an over. 2 in a row for Halim. 4 gone, 10 for 1.
Yeah, very disciplined. 12 very good deliveries by Diane Halim. He showed he can move the ball both ways. And Yaneman Malan under pressure. And absorbing the pressure at this point in time. And 4 overs gone, 10 for 1. And the Titans definitely in a demanding position here. Early doors at SuperSport Park.
Another one slip in for Duan Janssen. Extra protection in the covers on the offside. Short. Keegan Lancashire couldn't get there, and his runs.
Yeah, he gave it his all. You can see disappointed that he couldn't reach it. The extra bounce of Duan Janssen, and Ludwig Schuld was up for the challenge. He tried to hit the ball over that third man vacant area, and he got the top edge. Have a look here again. Extra bounce, extra pace, and it got big on Ludwig Schuld. And I must say, poor Leon Cachet had no chance. And Ludwig Schild's second boundary, not convincing, but still, the scoreboard shows another boundary for Ludwig Schild.
Did play the uppercut there. Used the pace and the bounce. A bit of luck on his side. Good comeback.
Yeah, that lends very good comeback ball from Duan Janssen. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that first delivery. Pace and bounce, right area, right direction. And it could so easily have been straight to the keeper's hand. A little mental battle he definitely won there.
Excellent. Good cricket all round, to be honest. Good leave. Good discipline from Schult.
Yeah, very good line. Yeah, by Duan Janssen. That's where I felt he lost his action, especially last season where he struggled for form. he didn't have a nice follow through after his delivery, and you can see those things working together. A very rhythmical run up, strong at the crease, and then that release and follow through towards the target shows there's been a lot of work done, and he definitely went from strength to strength.
One didn't carry through to the keeper. Short! Didn't get it. Fielder underneath it. Peklequayo. Great catch. Very good catch. Had to turn around. Bull. High up in the air. And it's Duan Jansen that gets the big wicket of Schultz.
Yeah, very well deserved. You can see the delight here by the Titans fielding side. Lovely catch. Always difficult when you have to turn around, but a bit straighter. Good pace, good bounce. And he definitely got the better of Ludwig Schultz here. But Lequire moved nicely to get in position to take the catch. And very well deserved, Duan Jansen. The Dragons find himself 14 for 2 here. And the home side completely in command here. Lovely catch, but Lequire kept his eye on the ball. And very well deserved, Duan Jansen.
Andile Peklequayo, the last 2 or 3 games, he had a bit of a difficult time in the field. So I can think when that ball went up, credit to him, he stayed composed.
What did I always say? You're only as good as your last catch.
Correct. But a big wicket. 14 for 2. The Dragons cannot ask for a better player to come and rebuild, and it's the captain Vian Libba. Very, very experienced, also in good form. Just one of those players in domestic cricket in South Africa. It's just reliable, always. When there's a crisis, he's the man.
Yeah, it's not always where you can say a guy's been good and been so consistent for over a decade, and he's in that category.
He greets him with a short one. And that's the end of the over. A successful one for Jansen and the Titans. 5 gone. 14 for 2, and there's the dismissal. Didn't get all of it. Peklequayo to turn around. Stayed composed. Took a brilliant catch.
Yeah, if you have to look and you have to ask the question, was that the right shot at the time of the position and the situation they find themselves in? Duan Jansen extra bounce. We know the wicket had extra bounce. He saw earlier in the over, the one that went over the keeper's head, where there's also extra bounce. So that's where young batter will have to learn. So much time left, but I must say very well bowled by Duan Jansen. If you look at that over to the left-hander, that's the only ball that was in line with the stumps. He kept that line outside off stump for his first 3 overs, and that's the only one where he actually followed the batter, and he definitely deserved that wicket.
Rare full delivery that we've seen this morning. And Malan, that will add to his frustration because he's missed out.
Yeah, good drive straight to mid-off, but definitely missed out. You could see when Dan Khalim was walking back, a little clap of the hands. He realized that he's missed his length there by quite a couple of meters there. If you get driven so easily on this wicket, you miss your length by about 2 to 3 meters, which make that half volley delivery where the batter can hit freely into the ground so much easier.
That's better. That's much better. He's asking brilliant questions. 14 dot balls in a row for Khalim. He's using his experience as well, because you can easily get carried away in these conditions. Overhead, the ball is swinging. These conditions, for young bowlers out there, you don't have to look for too much.
Yeah, it's almost more important on these conditions to have your discipline right and not to look for too much. Just get the ball in the right area with good intent and good energy on it, and the wicket in overcast conditions will do the rest.
Malan is not sure where that first run is going to come from. Missed out on 2 full deliveries. Naught of 13. And now the energy in the field is also adding to that. A lot of chat. A lot of encouragement. Just for a moment in the air. And then good fielding. Excellent, excellent this from the Titans. Something is boiling here.
Yeah, definitely the pressure cooker is on your captain, Rivaldo Munsemi at mid-off. We're used to him sometimes with the gloves behind the stumps, but he's at mid-off here doing wonders. And that's nice when the bowler is running in and your field backs you up. You can see here the bottom of our screen. We did great work with a one-handed save, Rivaldo Munsemi. I must say I like the balance of this Titans bowling unit. We spoke about the 3 options and in the Kojina Dala as well.
I just want to chat a little bit about the approach here from Malan. Especially against this matchup in Khalim. Khalim doesn't get the bounce or the speed of the Janssen. I think there's a good time now just to try and get something going here. And maybe a little shimmy. But he's allowing Khalim just to bowl at him. When I say shimmy, it doesn't have to be a boundary or a run. It's just trying to get him off that length. Because Khalim is not going to change a thing until you change it.
Yeah, exactly. Just a subtle movement early doors when Khalim is next to the umpire. You don't have to do it late. You can get into position early, and then you just create a bit of doubt in the bowler's mind. But as long as he's not going to take a risk or do anything different, he doesn't have to change. And he obviously got a lot of experience, so he won't change either. And then what might happen is Janneman Malan might end up looking for something that's not there. And you can sort of control that. You can get into his channel, you can move across over to off stump to work the ball to the leg side for the single. There's various options that you can potentially look to rotate the strike here and change the direction of the bowler by subtle movements in the crease.
That 6 overs gone. 14 for 2. Malan north of 16. Lubo has only faced the 1 delivery so far.
Right there.
He gets a full 1. He doesn't get the gap.
Nice to 1.
Looking at the crowd now, it's nice to see a couple of families filtering in here on a Sunday at SuperSport Park. Always a lovely place to come and watch cricket. And talking about crowds, I don't know if you've been looking at that live golf. It's such an experience, and it just shows the character of South African sports fanatics.
Yeah, it's been amazing just to watch it on television, to see the support and the numbers. And you can expect today is going to be a big day at Steyn City, especially with the South Africans. Top of the log.
Right there.
Yeah, these dots are piling up. They are piling up. And the pressure is also piling up on the Dragons.
Yeah, there was that slight movement from Vian Lubo that we spoke about earlier that we feel Janneman Malan can also look to do against Khalim. And just to start your point with that regards to the crowds and the energy of South African sports fanatic, how they do it, and you can definitely see how it lifts the players. the quality of golf that's been on display is immaculate.
One of the commentators yesterday mentioned that when it comes to team sport, the South African side is just next level.
Yeah, the way they rally behind our teams, you can look at that, the way they rallied about the World Cup soccer coming, and what Dee Burmester did at that 17th party where he put on the South African soccer shirt, and that just shows you that camaraderie across all sporting codes in South Africa is so big, and that you rightly said, supporting our flag and our badge is so crucial for our supporters. Yeah, I feel he missed out there, Vian Libbe. A bit of width outside the off stump. He just didn't get into a position early enough to play the square cut there. And that sometimes happens if you get in this position where you're sort of in a survival mode. You don't move, and then that ball that you feel you could have scored come and you miss out because of your position. So sometimes it's important to make sure that you create momentum, you create the movement patterns as a batter to be more successful.
A lovely cricket shot in the gap, great placement, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Lever off the mark with the boundary. It's 7 overs gone, 18 for 2.
Over number 7. It's been a difficult start here for the Titans. 18 for 2. It's been a difficult start for the Dragons, rather, Corbus. Really tight bowling from Dayan Khalim. Hasn't given away a single run in his 3 overs.
Yeah, 100% right, Empa. Good morning to you also. Nice to have you here. Done well there at the toss, and I think it's an important toss for the Titans with the overcast conditions to win. And Dayan Khalim has really made the most of it. Very accurate and very impressive this far.
Heard you speaking with Beard about the fact that he's been working on that in-swinger, the one that comes back in. That's how he was able to get that wicket of Ludwig Schultz. Rather, Mikhail Prince. It was a really good ball that got him out. And with that previous ball, we just saw it move away from Yanuman Malan, and the way he played it, you just saw that he's not really sure what's coming from Dayan Khalim.
Yeah, that's the important length that he's been handling for the last couple of overs, and he creates a bit of doubt in the right-handed batter. His natural delivery is the one that swings away, but the new delivery he worked on makes him very effective. There you could see the little bit of movement away from the right hand again. You can see, I get the feeling there, Yanuman Malan is not fully committed towards that delivery. It's a bit tentative, and that's important as a batter up front to make sure that you find your feet and you move with conviction.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of that, if any of these 2 or 3 first balls, because you'll see that there's not much feet from Yanuman Malan. Even from the previous one, it's just the throw of the hands, and then that makes the second slip that they have in place there a very key fielding position for the Titans. Then it brings it back in, just keeping Yanuman Malan on his toes. It's hard to explain how magnificent this bowling is.
Yeah, he's giving nothing away, that's for sure. He asked all the right questions. If you look there, Yanuman Malan still not off the mark, and he faced 20 deliveries from Dayan Khalim. He had the one over-pitch delivery that we hit a good shot straight to the captain Munsami, and there's the one you spoke about. Look at that front foot. He's not covering that off stump, and he's sort of playing off the crease, which is a dangerous shot if the ball moves around.
See, now it makes this one that comes back in even that extra dangerous, because You saw even there, it's a very full delivery, good stride into the ball. He covers any sort of movement that comes, but because he's just stuck on his feet, that ball pops into the air and he hits it with the inner half of his bat. It puts him in real danger.
Yeah, we haven't seen one short delivery, one sort of bounce or anything funny from Dayan Khalim. So myself and Pierre spoke about it. It's interesting to understand the game plan of Janneman Malan. He's sort of in survival mode, not really using his crease, getting out to the bowler and trying to transfer the pressure to the bowler.
But also at the same time, Kobus, if it's working, why would you change it? He's really chaining them up here, and after 8 overs, he bowls 4 maidens in a row, Dayan Khalim. It's absolutely fantastic stuff. The Northwest Dragons need to dig themselves out of this hole. 18 for 2.
Yeah, lovely start by the home team here. I fully agree with you. 24 dot deliveries. Lovely by Dayan Khalim. And the pressure on these two stalwarts of Northwest Dragons. A lot of experience in Lubo and Malan. But they will make sure that they have to build in this partnership and try and shift the momentum and change the momentum to the visitors to make sure that they find their feet and look for a couple of boundaries and look to rotate the strike. The right and left hand combination together will also be good to make the bowlers bowl to the opposite batter, which can make it a bit more difficult for them to keep their lines.
Here's Dwan Jansen. Bang goes Vian Lubo. And it's over the boards. Cracking strike from the Northwest Dragons captain. First 6 of the match.
Yeah, first 6 and his first boundary for Vian Lubo. Just guilty on this occasion by Dwan Jansen. Too full, and you could see that ball was angling into the leg stump here. Easy shot actually for Vian Lubo. He just leant on it, and very good timing, good strike play. And he realized that he has to move the pressure onto the Titans bowlers. And what a way to bring up his first boundary.
Full of confidence, the Dragons captain. Fresh off a century versus the Western Province last week. It was a game that was rained out in Potchefstroom, but he went on to score 105 from 115. So he's still oozing in that confidence. Wonderful, wonderful reply though from Dwan Jansen.
Yeah, interesting reply. The Yorker, very well executed by Dwan Jansen. Sometimes when you get hit over your head, you tend to pull your length back quite a bit. So, interesting ploy went there, and he almost got it through there. And Vian Lubo managed to keep it out.
It's interesting, Kobus, you speak of the left-right combination with the batters, but we also having a left-right combination with the bowlers. And it's even trickier for the batters here. It's even trickier here. Dayan Khalim completely didn't see the ball. Dayan Khalim at the fine leg completely didn't see it. It runs all the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, it just shows SuperSport Park and this wicket, how quickly you can make up here, and 2 boundaries followed in this over. He just didn't get the full timing on the ball, but still enough bat, the bottom half of the bat, and it raced away for a second boundary this over. And I fully agree with you, the observation you're making. I feel if you ask Dayan Khalim and Dwan Jansen, would they rather bowl to a left or a right-hander, and Dwan Jansen will definitely rather bowl to a left-hander and Khalim rather to a right-hander. So the batters need to make sure that they try and get a single to change their guard.
Another thing that these two have to deal with, Malan and Lubo, is the height difference. Dwan Jansen is the tallest bowler around with his brother, and so his release point is so high, and therefore he does get that extra bounce. That's how he got the wicket of Ludwig Schultz with that bouncer. Just got big on him. And then when you go to the other side now, and you're coming from the off-bob end, you have Dayan Khalim, much more shorter. His ball skids a little bit through. It's a little bit heavier as well. And then it has that lateral movement. So from one end, you have a different game plan to the other. That also throws your game off as a batter. And Malan is still struggling even against the left-handed Jansen.
Yeah, very good length there once again by Dwan Jansen. And it's also important how he managed to adapt to the right-hander. It's one of the first deliveries he bowled to a right-hander. And it's good for me to see where he progressed and where he really got better this season is to change his line. There you can see straight away for the right-hander on that off-stump line again, and very well bowled by Dwan Jansen.
He's bowling against his former team here, Dwan Jansen, because last season he did play for the Dragons. He actually played for the Dragons for the past 4 seasons. And the truth is, for the potential that we see in him and what his brother does, he really was not that bowler at the Dragons. He was heavily inconsistent despite all of the wonderful attributes. The families are coming out to see what we are talking about in Dwan Jansen here and the Dragons. But whatever you guys did here at the Titans to him has really lit a switch on him to say, hey man, here's what's happening, I need to level up. It's as if he's just taken 2-3 levels and is about a couple of steps away from where his brother is, and he's really improved as a bowler coming here now.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. I've been following him and his brother from high school when they went to the Potchefstroom Gymnasium. So he's born and bred in Northwest, both him and his brother. And there wasn't much difference between the two when they were bowling at 17, 18 years old. It was literally two copy and paste from both ends at the time. And then it was quite interesting to see after school how Marco's career progressed quite significantly, and Duan sort of stayed behind. So I think sometimes that mental attribute also, and the mental aspect and the question, why does it happen, also come to play. And I must say, I fully agree with you. The way he changed and how he transformed his bowling the last season has been definitely heartwarming for the Titans.
Just to put it into perspective, last season, in terms of the ball, he was averaging around in the 40s. Before that, he was in the 60s. The strike rate was around 130 2 seasons ago. It dropped down a little bit last season to around the 60s, but still, those are not the numbers you want from your strike bowler. You want your strike bowler, especially at domestic, you want them to be at around 25, 24, closer to that 20 mark if they are that good. And this season, he's been able to get to that level. He's been able to mitigate the bad balls that throw his overs off. That wide short ball that he bowls every now and then, the one that runs down the leg side. It's a good stop from Keegan Peterson, one of the best fielders around. And so it's really good to see that he's also still young and he's now starting to find his feet. I think seeing his brother perform so well in the World Test Championship also just had hey, that could be me as well. And so I love seeing it happening.
Yeah, and as Pierre earlier mentioned, his childhood dream has always been to open a bowling for South Africa with his brother from the Proteas, and I don't think that's completely off the cards here. There's so much ability from both the brothers in terms of their makeup as bowlers.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. If Jansen can't dive and stop it, best believe no one else in the field will. Fantastic timing from Vian Lubo.
Yeah, the first runs from Dayan Khalim today. He bowled brilliantly. His 27th ball that he delivered went for the first runs, so we can't fault him for his effort. But a lovely shot, extra cover drive by Vian Lubo. He saw there's a bit of width on offer, and he got into position early, and lovely timing. And a man in good form, as you said, he comes from 100, and he just continues in that fast array of form. A lovely extra drive by a left-handed, elegant captain of Northwest, and they'll definitely need a captain's innings here.
Edged! Oh, it's been put down! That's exactly what Dayan Khalim has been setting up. Get Vian Lubo onto the drive. He finally gets him onto the drive, and it's been put down by the experienced Neil Brunt.
Yeah, that he definitely deserved that wicket, Dayan Khalim. All the hard work over an extended period of time, and that's regulation. We have to say to ourselves that MP, he'll be very disappointed. Had a lot of time. He's nice and deep there. Had good eyesight of the ball for a long period of time, and rightly so. Dayan Khalim very disappointed, and the man in frame there let it slip, and such an important wicket. They could so easily have had him free down, captain in that, but nonetheless, Dayan Khalim will have to bounce back.
That might be an unbelievably costly mistake. Oh, you should take that at this level. And just the reliability of Neil Brunt at that position. Buckets for hands really puts them down. And for the occasion, Kobus, it's the man who's fresh from 100, It's the guy who's bowled 4 maiden overs, and it's the match that you have to win to get to the qualifier. These moments have a big impact.
Yeah, they can be so crucial. You've summed it up so well there in terms of the magnitude of the drop catch in the context of the game, which is like a quarter final to get into that playoff. And if you look at the man in form, the guy sort of changed the innings here and the flow of the innings for the Dragons, and he gives a half chance. You need to take it.
It's hard work for Halim now. You just need to push that aside and go back to hitting your good areas. That was a good ball to close it off. It's the first over where he concedes run. Hasn't he been fantastic? The end of the power play, 34 for 2 after 10 overs.
Yeah, definitely. The power play that the Titans will feel they just got the better of the Northwest Dragons here on home soil. Could have easily been 3 down, but it doesn't matter. We're going to keep reiterating that point. That happened. That's part and partial of cricket. Those chances do get dropped at times, but 34 for 2 after 10. A very good opening spell by Duan Jansen and Dan Halim. And the first bowling change here from the Enos River end will be Lazard Williams with international experience. The only change in the Titan side today, he came in for Roelof van der Merwe. So he'll also look to make some inroads in this bowling performance today.
Not a bad first change, I must say.
Yeah, it's a very good bowling. A lot of options if you look at the 4 seamers with Junior Dala being the 4th seamer, and then the young Skalk Engelbrecht is a very attacking off spinner, right-handed off spinner, and Neil Brand as a more of a defensive left-arm spinner who can control things together. And then they've got a lot of other options also. If you look at the likes of Petlu Kwaya potentially, so nicely balanced and nicely rounded bowling side here by the Titans, and that shows the squad depth that they have here in Pretoria.
Has injected a lot of gas into his bowling. Therefore, it's going to make it easy for Van Lerber to just time it. And what beautiful that was. It's the placement. It's the timing. It's the form from Van Lerber. Guides it down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, you could see the extra pace there from Lazard Williams. No mid-wicket. Straight away they went for the deep square. A more defensive position. And you could hear when he hit the ball, he shouted 2 straight away. But the timing was exquisite. And Duan Jansen gave it his all, but he couldn't save it before the boundary. And a man in good form, the guy who times the ball so well, and he moves on to 24.
Leg side is the shorter side of the boundary as well. So the fielders have a lot of work to do. And Petluwayo covers that. We definitely, on the leg side of Van Lerber, has less space to cover, so it's going to be important for Lazard Williams to try and keep that ball onto the offside and at least make him hit on the bigger side of the square, because if it goes into the legs to a left-hander, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, definitely a slight slope here into the left-handed Van Lerber, and there you can see the field change of mid-wicket coming into play.
Don't think that's the worst fielding change. I think that's actually a really good bowling change, fielding change, just to get Lazard Williams into his straps, give him the necessary protection right now, because Van Lerber currently has the upper hand. I mean, 27 from 20, can't really fault that.
Yeah, on the right-handed Janeman Malan will be on strike, so Lazard Williams will feel a lot more comfortable in the beginning of his spell to bowl to the right-handed Janeman Malan, where the ball will look to swing it away from the right-handed batter. But so important the way you start. I think it's important for Lazard Williams to hit his straps early doors. His opening 2 bowlers have been brilliant in terms of their partnership, so it's important for him to keep up the good work that the Titans have started with this morning.
Malan still scoreless after 24 deliveries. The last thing you'd want to do is to play yourself in, get to see the ball, and then when it's time for you to start accelerating, you then lose your wicket. Then everything will look as if you've honestly just taken balls away that the team could have used to score. So with this start, Malan has to kick forward and at least get a 30 runs in paybacking his 25 balls.
Yeah, it's not a usual sight to see a guy in limited overs cricket to not being off strike, not being off the mark after 25 deliveries. So I fully agree with you. He took the responsibility on himself and needs to make sure that he pay back for his team.
This might be his chance. Halim gave him absolutely nothing. He's the one who trapped him in one end, actually. Then on the other side, Jansen also just made sure that he stays down into that corner. So I think he should use this bowling change as an opportunity. Desart Williams has already gone for 7 runs in his first 3 balls. I think when he does survive for the next time, he should take the bowling change into the advantage. Okay, Dala's going to come in. Let me just try and get a 4 out of him. Get him out of his groove to start his spell. But with the way things are going, he's being squared up. He's not timing the ball. He's not moving his feet. Just requires enough time to get into his straps here, Yanaman Malan. 41 for 2 after 11 overs.
I think you mentioned a very important point there. And if you look at his movement patterns, Yanaman Malan is very conservative. It's very within himself, within his shell, and that sometimes shows that you're not taking any risk out of the game to transfer the pressure from a batting point of view over to the bowlers. And that's so important in domestic cricket and any sort of cricket. Once you find your feet, to make sure, how can I absorb the pressure, which is done well now, but at some point I need to make sure that with my skill set that I have, I can actually transfer the pressure onto the bowling unit.
And you guys spoke about it, you and Beard, about the fact that when he started off his career, even when he got called up for South Africa, he was lighting everything up. The scoreboards could not keep the name Yanaman Malan out of it. And then from averaging over 100, that rapidly dropped down, rapidly about 50 average points down. And with the World Cup coming next year, some of the players are still hoping to make a call up to that squad. It's a home ground World Cup as well. I think an underrated thing is that with so much opportunities being given by Coach Shukri Conrad, just look at the squad going to New Zealand right now. Any of these gentlemen here, if they're able to provide a great performance when it's clutch, they just throw their names into the bucket where they can have eyes on them.
Yeah, it's very well said, and I think the way that Shukri Conrad has rewarded performances the last 2 seasons is definitely the right way in terms of a squad that's changing, and that's so important. So if you put 2-3 scores consistently in the right situation, you'll definitely find your name in the hat there. If you look at the guys who've done well in the SA20, they've been rewarded with this touring squad to New Zealand. So definitely the right way. Here's a good shot. Still didn't get it through the offside.
And you see, this is the issue now, Kobus. Because you are in that shell, you're putting pressure on your teammates on the other side. Vian Leber scoring freely. He wants to get Malan off strike and get him his first run. Because he wants to get to the other side and score as well. But now it's putting Vian Leber in this situation. Do we take the run? Do we risk it? Or do I just let you battle out again?
Yeah, he didn't look to take a run there. If you look at where that ball was placed between backward point and cover, there was definitely an option. Back on that immaculate length once again by Dayan Khalim. He's not giving anything away here today. Brilliant figures. 1 for 6 and 5.3 overs. You don't see that often in limited overs cricket. Very accurate bowling spell here. And he definitely just asked what the captain asked for.
It's actually ridiculous watching this. Sometimes doing the same thing over and over and over again, if it works, there's no need to change it. So many times coaches speak about the concept of being boring, doing the boring stuff. First time he's really erred here, Dayan Khalim. To be fair, he's in his 6th over. But you want to ensure that you keep the ball in the same area over and over again. And that's going to make the movement of the ball that much more effective coming in and coming away. And that's exactly what he's doing here, except for this wide, of course.
Yeah, it's the first time he unfortunately got it to straight. So he just started the delivery off to straight and it went down the leg side. But that 4th stump, just outside the off stump line that he's been so immaculate on, made his option so easy to move the ball both ways.
Malan really needs to get a single somewhere. It's starting to be a little bit worrisome here for the Dragons. And let's explore some options here, Kobus. There's an area down at fine leg with the ball coming in towards him. Maybe close the face of the bat a little bit and pocket it behind his hip maybe.
Yeah, I think if you look at Halim's plan here, he's not going to look to bowl a short ball at all because he doesn't have to do it. So what I would do is I would just get into the channel of the right arm Halim and then manipulate the ball to the leg side where you only got one mid-wicket fielder to beat by changing the strike there. That will be the easiest option. That's a very good delivery once again, but still there. And I think that the movement can be quite early because as soon as you move early and the visual from Halim seeing is the batter is moving, most likely in his subconscious mind he might have to change. And once he changes, he plays into your hands and then it allows other options. You can either go fuller and wider, which open up the offside, or you can go shorter and straighter, and you can easily play it and use the line of the ball to manipulate to the leg side. So then it allows you options. But if you stand still, you're like a sitting duck, unfortunately, just waiting for him to make a mistake.
It's excellently put, Gobus, and because of that, him just being stuck in his crease, it allows Dayan Khalim to just go back to his channels. He's not going to be worried. After that wide, he bowled 3 identical deliveries and there was nothing Yanaman Malan didn't respond. After facing 5 overs, you at least should have an idea of if the ball is around this area, here's what it's going to do. And I'm saying this because he's a professional who's played at the highest level of the game. So I would have expected as a standby that, okay, he can find ways to solve these problems. But right now, he's really struggling.
Yeah, in the first 12 to 15 balls, there was a lot more swing of the delivery actually through the air. You could see the movement there, which in that last over, there was hardly any movement. It was just very accurate deliveries in the right area. And my biggest worry in this situation is that sometimes the batter doesn't get off strike. Might be the downfall of the in-batter in Lubo.
It's about an appeal here from Lazard Williams. Umpire Spelele Gaza is not interested in the Titans' appeal. Wouldn't they love the wicket of Vian Leber here?
Yeah, I think it most likely would have hit the stumps, but my first indication was that that ball might have pitched outside the leg stump. If you look at the angle that Lazard Williams uses and how wide he lands on the crease, I'd love to see where that ball bounced. Yeah, just outside that leg stump, which makes it difficult. He really needs to get it fuller for the ball to swing back into the left hander for the LBW to come into play. But nonetheless, a good delivery.
Just like that. Look at how easy Vian Leber makes it look. Ball is on his hip. Just pockets it down to the fine leg area. Rotates the strike.
You can also look at his intensity. He looks to score. He just moves into the position where he looks like there's a lot more energy when he stands in the crease. He's busy at the crease. He manipulates the ball to get into positions where if you look at Malan's approach, hopefully it changes soon, but it's a lot more conservative. It's a very much very slow moving patterns that you have. They even put a cover sweeper out for him. I'm not sure what Rivaldo Munsami is trying to actually get him off strike, helping him here. I think there's any need for the cover sweeper out. The guy's on 0 after 32 deliveries. There he's coming back in. So he also picked it up. I think he's quite friendly, but it's still a playoff game. You don't want to help the guys here. But let's see what his approach is going to be here from Lazard Williams.
I was thinking a bit of a mid-wicket, but he's keeping it outside the off stump here, Williams. That was very sketchy. For the way this innings has been going, there's no surprise that how he gets his first runs. Thick outside edge. Runs down to the third man boundary. Finally, Yanaman Malan is off strike.
Yeah, open up his account there for boundary. You can see he didn't use his feet well. He stayed on that leg stump line and a bit of luck there. A thick outside edge, and you can see a little fist bump. Tongue in the cheek by Yanaman Malan. Also, he realized he had to open his account at some point, and hopefully that can be the start of his innings here today at SuperSport Park.
And that's also my biggest worry with him being stuck on that one position. No mid-wickets. Might this be 2 boundaries in a row for Yanaman Malan? It's a long chase for Rivaldo Munsami. It's going to be 3 runs. What a way to get out of your account. He gets 3 runs with the next ball. It brings up 50 for the Isval Renault Dragons. 51 for 2.
Yeah, I must say Lazard Williams a little bit guilty here in terms of his lines straight to both batters. We spoke about the left-hander where he didn't go across Vian Lubo and he played well to the leg side, and he made the same mistake now to the right-hander Janneman Malan. So it's important for him to make sure that he follow up after the fantastic opening spell that Jansen and Khalim had.
See, and it's good now that Malan is on strike. We can go back to the point. That ball that went for 3 runs was not a good ball from Williams, straying down to the ankles. Malan is not on form. He's not moving his feet. That's exactly where he'd want the ball to be. And so with him not moving anywhere, if he keeps that back of a length just outside that off stump, where he edged that ball down to the 4, it brings that whole offside into the picture. It brings Senokwan at backward point into the picture, because if it's a thick enough push and it's an edge, it brings backward point. Cover is in the picture, so line is important. Rushes him there. The ball was bowled with intent to hurt Janneman Malan there. I would have loved it to just keep it simple outside that off stump, because he's now pushing at the ball, Malan. But he keeps it still and ends the over.
Yeah, we always know that Lazard Williams is quite skiddy, not a lot of bounce, and you can see the short delivery didn't get up as high as Janneman Malan expected. But nonetheless, he got away with that delivery, but he had the right field in place there. He had the deep square behind for that delivery. But he hasn't found his feet as well as he would have. He will walk down to fine leg there, asking a couple of questions in terms of how he can get his rhythm and his line back together. And here's the change here from the off-pop end. The experienced Junior Dala coming back into the attack to create this partnership with Lazard Williams.
Goodness me, has he got some big shoes to fill. Dan Khalim has been nothing short of excellent in this off-bob end. He's been running in for 6 overs in a row, barely gave away runs, 7 in total. So Junior Dala, man with tons of experience, bowls the heaviest of balls, is pretty quick. And if we're looking for short pitch stuff, this might be the man who delivers it for us. 52 for 2 after 13. Starting off with a short one instantly. But except for that wicket for Ludwig Schultz, the ball really hasn't been getting up for the bowlers.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you look at that over that Ludwig Schultz went out, I just think that ball was a bit fuller than he expected. He had the one went over the keeper that he got away with, that could also have been the end of him. He actually looked to hit that ball over third man area. And that ball, I just think it was an instinct shot. It was definitely not as short as he thought. If you look at that ball, the trajectory was underneath his shoulders there. So it was a bit of an instinct shot there that got the better of him. But still a very, very good short delivery bowled by Duan Jansen.
It's a really nice shot. That's the first time he scored out of that problem area with intent, Janneman Malan, and hopefully this will really get his rhythm going.
Yeah, he moved nicely there. It's important now for Rivaldo Munsemi as captain with Junior Dala. We know Junior Dala enjoys a bit more protection out on the offside and the leg side boundary because of the length and the variety that he bowl. But still to realize that Janneman is still under pressure. He hasn't been scoring freely, so not to make it too easy for him to get into this partnership. Still put some pressure on him of the field.
Like this from Junior Dala. And because there's been so much time being taken away from Vian Lubo's strike, he too now needs to get himself back into a smoother rhythm of scoring, because there was a time where his ball's differential was over 7. Right now that's starting to decrease a little bit. And so hopefully here he can find that scoring tempo against Dala, who's started off pretty decently. Strays down the line. Junior Dala is going to be stopped at the deep by Lazard Williams for a single. Good coverage.
Yeah, way too straight there by Junior Dala, but lovely fielding by the ever green and athletic Lazard Williams. Sometimes it's SuperSport Park, if you have to run around the ball, it's easy to, but he made sure that it's only one. And a nice way to see that these Dragons batters are starting to build this partnership, and they're starting to find their feet in this partnership.
It's kind of you to say it just becomes 2 at SuperSport Park. It easily becomes 4. It's a lightning quick outfield, especially for how much rain there's been, but it still flies through the surface.
Yeah, it's incredible. I must say, well done to the ground staff. They must have worked early this morning to get it into this magnificent condition it is. We had overnight rain, quite substantial amount of rain for long periods of time. So to Brian Bloy and his entire ground staff to get it in this condition with only a couple of patches where you can see they used the sawdust is really a hell of a job they've done this morning.
Junior Dala starts off decently, gives away only 3 runs in the over. That is 14 completed. Aslam Quota has joined us in the commentary box. He'll be here with Beer the Brain. It's 55 for 2 after 14.
Thank you very much, Mbundelo and Kobus. Very interesting opening salvos here so far. 55 for 2 after 14. And the partnership worth 41. So there's value in the fact that they've put on a partnership of 41 after a very early, 2 early losses. 2 for 14 they were. So whilst Janaman Malan looks like he's in a bit of a rut, importantly he's not given it away. And there has been one chance that went to hand that would have been 3 wickets down. Lubo dropped with his score on 18. He's now on 37. He certainly looks very, very busy at the crease. The fact that he's in such good form and he needs to lead from the front. And of course there's the possibility and the probability of a place in the playoffs. So the captain really putting his best foot forward. So good morning everyone, wherever you may be. It's a cloudy, very cool morning here in Centurion. Light breeze. Oh, that's a good straight drive. Just tightened his wrists on that one. It's not as fast as I reckon our colleagues were just describing now, but it was firm enough to have reached the boundary. Good morning again, Pierre.
Morning, Aslam. A good wrestle from the Dragons here. But I must say that big opportunity missed by the Titans, putting that one down. Lubo, Neil Brandt, straight to him. It could have been 32 for 3 and now 59 for 2. And a partnership that's growing, 45 between Lubo and Malan.
Another good drive, and it beats the fielder, and he'll get the second boundary, 2 in a row. That's really well played. He just waited on it, just stood up on it. There wasn't too much of foot movement. Hit through the line and 4 more.
It's excellent cricket shots from Lubo. Effortless. Just look at this. Placement is good. And Lazard Williams is struggling. Not finding that length that we saw this morning from Janssen and Khalim.
They were particularly good. Khalim was particularly good. I mean, his spell, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. Exceptional stuff. Lazard needs to support that effort.
No.
He's come around the wicket on this occasion. Just looking to negate the angle that is offered the left-hander, the very tall, well-built Jan Lubo, in a rich vein of form in all the formats this season.
Yeah, and also the perfect man for crisis. And they were in trouble this morning, and Lubo just quietly changed the momentum. He's on 40.
Yeah, the score 63 for 2 with that second boundary. It's a lot better from Lazard Williams. He's just obviously putting in a bit more of a concentrated effort. He's come around the wicket, and he knows that he's going to need to be very tight in his lines here because the pitch is playing well. Looking for early movement. I heard Kobus talking about just a bit slight movement with the ball early this morning, but as is norm with the white ball, after the first few overs, it tends not to swing around that much. And as usual, it's a very, very good batting pitch here at Centurion. That's another lovely stroke. waits on it, plays it slightly late, and drives it through the square region on the offside. Lovely stroke. Will end the over 67 for 2.
Yeah, Lazard Williams is that type of bowler, skiddy pace, and on wickets like this, it's usually quite easy for batters if you miss your length. Again, just leans into that one, placing very good again. 3 boundaries in that Lazard Williams over, and the Dragons fought back nicely. 67 for 2 after 15 overs. Here we can see the boundaries in that over, just pushed it. Good timing. And again, straight drive, effortless. And this was the last boundary. A little bit wider, beat the extra cover fielder. An expensive over from Lazard Williams. Players are going to enjoy a drink.
Just a quick scorecard for the early morning. Dragons put into bat, lost the wickets of Ludwig Schult and also Mikael Prince, but a good recovery here between Malan and Vian Libbe. We'll be back shortly.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Tempo! Zet hem op, Jody! Wie gaan dan? Ja, Daisy!
So they've had a bit of refreshments under this cool Centurion sky. It will be Junior Dala, the evergreen, the hard-working Junior Dala, who will start proceedings now. Into Yaneman Malan. Wondered how I would describe the little I've seen so far this morning. Is that what is his intention? Because there has to be some sort of an intent. Either you're here to almost get that partnership going and just secure the one end, or is he just looking to just play himself back into form? The fact that they lost 2 early wickets, did that perhaps just put him into some kind of a shell and unable to wriggle out of it?
Yeah, that's going to be his first single. Well, make it 2. You're asking the question, Aslam. It's a good question because in this situation you give the bowlers credit because they did start off very well. But you're mentioning something in terms of intent, and that's something I've not seen at all. Hence the fact that it seems like he's broken a record. Just the reliable Keith Lane tapped into some stats around the most dots or staying on naught, and it looks like it was W.S. Truter, Boland versus Impalas in 93-94 with 22 deliveries, but he also got out. The world record is Jeff Allett, 77 deliveries for naught, and that was so Janneman Malan, I think it was 34 deliveries took him to get off the mark. And on wickets like this, that's why I'm saying it's not like it's a minefield. It's a good cricket wicket. It's a lush outfield. That it takes you that long to get off the mark is quite surprising for me. And it's completely lack of intent. And also, with his experience, you would expect him to move it a little bit, maybe a little shimmy down the wicket, just to upset the length of the bowler, which we haven't seen. There's another half volley, and I've seen 5 now in this knock.
So it's a very good discussion I think we can have, because the one thing is, as a batsman, you do have a game plan. You know what your strengths are. So when you get out there and you find yourself in a position like this, then you got to, that intent comes into that. This is the area, these are the areas of my strength. That's where I'm going to look for the runs. Try and just initially rotate the strike. We haven't seen that intent, and that's the key word here. So we'll keep an eye on Janneman Malan. 3 more dots in this over.
We can also use the previous over of Lazard Williams versus Lubo as an example. That's the end of the over, 69 for 2. Is that what we saw there was intent. 3 excellent, good cricket shots. No risk involved, but just good intent. And he was rewarded with the 3 boundaries. In this over, Janneman Malan, especially that last ball, it was a little bit off the back foot. No placement, not even to the sweeper. This is the over that I'm talking about. Look at the intent from Vian Lubo. He's got a mindset of, I'm going to look to score. Where on the other side, Janneman Malan is looking to defend.
Yeah, he sensed that anything pitched up on this pitch is worth committing yourself into a stroke. And that's what you saw with those 3 deliveries that he put away so nicely. And that's why I say it's all about your own game plan. You're there for long enough, close to an hour, and you need to get your game plan, some sort of game plan going, so that you can push your score along. You can get your team back into the game in a big way. The partnership's a healthy one. It's now gone beyond 50, 55 to be exact. So another change in bowling. Skalk Engelbrecht.
Now he's getting a chance, the young man. Off spinner.
The first bit of spin this morning.
You'll notice that you get some nice revs on the ball, is Skalk Engelbrecht. He would also enjoy bowling to the left-handers.
Laat hy klop. Kom, Skarra. Laat hy klop, man. Ja, Skogo. Oh, yes.
I must say, going back to Janneman's early career when he did make those inroads at provincial level and then got the call up, the one area of his weakness was always spin. And I'm just wondering if this is going to perhaps throw him into a deeper batting abyss. But he'll find the single, he'll get off strike and leave the responsibility to Vian. Also, I think at this stage what should happen is the captain needs to have some sort of a chat, get him into a positive frame of mind. They're professionals, but you do see that your fellow player is maybe just struggling a bit, and maybe just share some interesting nuggets between the two to make sure that he's getting his game going. As usual, Junior Dala ever so quick on that outfield.
I think Malan would probably in this situation prefer to face the off spinner right now. There's more scoring opportunities for him in terms of rotation. It's a good ball. It's a very good ball.
Good to see a tall off spinner. Normally get lots of assistance off the pitch, even on a deadpan type of a pitch. Gets a bit of turn on that occasion, but on a shorter delivery. So good that he'll just test the pitch right now to see exactly what he gets out of it. End of the over, good one from the young man.
Yeah, he's cleaned up from the Henops River end. And I say clean up because Lazard Williams' first spell was not good enough. These 3 overs cost him 28 runs. And that's what you need from a bowler to go and clean up. And Engelbrecht's done that nicely. Nice attendance here, Aslam.
Yeah. I'm always impressed for what 20 some odd years coming to this ground. This is exactly what impressed me so much about the folk in these parts of the world. If you look at the weather, most people would have decided, you know what, a sleep-in would be a great idea. But here we see a crowd trickling in. When I just came in a short while ago, I saw a number of cars pulling in and people walking in. So really very good to see. And that's a straight ball. You could easily be just defending it straight down the line. But angles the bat very nicely, picks up the single. And you can just see the contrasting styles on the two ends of the pitch.
That's also a sign, you mentioned it earlier, he's in good form. But it's just Vian Lubo's experience as a player, as a package, a leader, captaincy, controlling innings, and he's done that. Look, he was put down, and he's going to cash in. He's one of those batters that will say, okay, now I'm going to cash in. And his rotation game, for me, is the one that stands out because it relieves a lot of pressure. Rotation behind him, behind square, using the length, certain lengths. He's just a solid cricketer, he's Vian Lubo.
It just helps so much mentally when you find form. Your feet move beautifully, your shot selection is perfect. And just talking about that, the one chance that he gave, and you really felt that Dayan Halim needed that because Lubo had looked very good as soon as he came in. And that wideish delivery that he actually went for, the length was good enough that even though he looked to force the pace, it still took the outside edge. A regulation catch at 1.5 slip and unfortunately dropped by Neil Brunt. And now he's there, close to a 50. Let's watch Malan. What an attempt that was. I think maybe the fielder looked just a little on his heels before he looked to move. He wasn't too sure whether it's going to carry over the boundary or it's going to be forward, and that's why the fact that he was in two minds eventually, he's hashed this chance.
He just used the angle there, but Engelbrecht, he moved or reacted too late.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good line, but you can just see that Engelbrecht, it's a good effort at the end, but that reaction time wasn't good enough.
The other thing, Pia, I always made this observation even whilst you used to play, that when you're standing at point, backward point, or even at square leg, when the ball is new and it's moving, you got bowlers with good pace on. Generally, captains would just want them to be, let's just say, adjacent to the umpire or directly square on the offside. Here's another look at this attempt. It's a good attempt, as you say, in the end. Unfortunately, just that split second of late movement and a chance gone down there. So I also feel that standing on the square leg boundary, perhaps he should be a little more finer. That's a good stroke on the up. That's vintage Janeman Milan. And he's found the gap on this occasion, so they'll turn for 2.
7 runs off that dollar over. And the momentum is busy shifting in the favour of the Dragons. Partnership 65. Main contributor Vian Libbe.
For those of you who are tuned in on Pitch Vision, it's a very important match, this particular one, because the Warriors and the Lions have qualified for the final. The Warriors have finished on 23 points. They're second on the log. And there's a battle for 3rd and 4th. And it will all really be about who will play the Warriors in that playoff to then meet the Lions in the final. So this is a very important fixture for the Titans in particular. And if Northwest Dragons can pull this through, they'll find themselves in the playoff. So lots at stake for these two teams. So stay very close to your television sets or your monitors.
This previous delivery was a good one. A little bit of turn, extra bounce.
Yeah, Pierre, I always find that interesting with bowlers with a slightly wide arm action. What tends to happen is the batsman picks up the width in the air and overcommits himself, and then the angle suddenly beats him. And I think that's what the situation was with Lubo.
There's another couple of factors. If you do your homework against Lubo, he's a very good cutter of the ball. And what Engelbrecht wants to avoid here is to offer any width. So he's coming with that lowish arm at times, with an angle, wideish angle, just sliding it into the stumps.
Good quickish delivery into those pads. Easily picked up by Jan Libbe. And really that's what it's about. Your first attempt when you're bowling is to make sure that you're not going to be hit for any runs. And then of course you're looking to put pressure to pick up wickets. Again, he's decided that he's not getting much turn with the floated delivery, so he's going a little quicker into the pitch is Engelbrecht. And I think that's just making things a little more easier for the two batsmen to pick and choose. As you say, with the spinner in operation, there are gaps on both sides of the field, so they'll be able to run it into those gaps and pick up the singles more than often. There's the short delivery, and it's beautifully played. He wasn't looking to hit the color out of the ball there, just placement and the single. He's on the brink of a very well played 50. End of the over 19, gone 82 for 2.
Another tidy over from the young man. Engelbrecht, only the 3 singles. What he's done well is he started his over well. 3 dots to the left-hander. Also bear in mind that the pace that he's going to bowl is important. To the left-hander there's a short boundary. And we also know that Libbe has got a devastating slog sweep.
That's a very good point. So much for the bowler to think about, and of course then the batsman has to find his way around that, and some good tight bowling already from the young man. He's certainly arrested that loose bowling that we saw from the 2 change bowlers. Dala in again.
Junior's got to find his length here. That's the length that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years from Dala. That is not effective. 50 for Vian Libbe, the captain's knock. And it's only come of 42 deliveries, so very good strike rate. That strike rate is very good because it was under pressure.
Yeah, well played. Just the one blemish, but at the end of the day, it's the 50 that counts, it's this partnership that counts for the team. As you say, they're clawing themselves into this game once again after 2 early losses. Yeah, a little too straight on that occasion for Malan. And he'll pick up that single. I'm sure that they have some sort of a plan. We're into the 20th over now. And they'll be looking to set themselves targets here. what's the score now? 84. They'll be looking to get to 100, 120 without any further losses to make sure that they don't allow the home team to get back into this game in a big way. Oh, that's a good ball. That's a surprising bouncer, that.
Yeah, that definitely surprised Lubo. Didn't expect that. Yeah, the tempo of the game has also changed now. They're now at 4.3s, where earlier for a long period of time they were under 3s. And that's why I said there's a bit of momentum on the Dragons side now. Important for them is this partnership. It's a partnership of 70. They take this to a 150-run partnership, they'll get to that 270, 280, which I think is needed.
The Titans have not been at the best. We've also had an English summer here, no doubt. I mean, so many washouts, so much of rain, so many matches that were curtailed, overs reduced. So when you're a team not in good form and some of your better players are not clicking, at least if there are a few good matches behind them and they've played enough, or how do you say, they've had enough of game time. But if they put a good score together here, they're very much in this game here now to force the pressure on the home team. This is neatly picked up once again by Lubo, playing ever so neatly on that onside throughout the innings.
Yeah, Peterson is lightning quick, but he couldn't avoid the 2 there, and that is the longer boundary. But good running, very good running between Malan and Lubo. I look at the wicket right now, I look at the outfield, everything, all the conditions, and I think Northwest will know that they need something in the region of 280.
There's just one other factor to maybe consider. End of the 20th over with that delivery from Junior Dala, 86 for 2, is that there's a threat of rain, no doubt. And if they don't lose wickets and they can keep it, as you say, at a decent run rate, and if the game is then curtailed and overs reduced, that they could find themselves maybe in a better position. That was a fabulous pickup. So that's just the 1-6 that's been hit in the innings. And then offered width down on the front foot, deep on their front foot. And then here another indication of just how well he's played on the leg side. And this was the over that I think maybe just shifted the momentum somewhat. Captain hitting 2 sweet straight drives, and then I think the shot of the innings so far opened the face of the bat, finds the gap, and it races through to the boundary for 4. Back live now. Engelbrecht continues. 2 overs, none for 6. So this was a good shot because there's 3 fielders in the inner ring on the offside, and if he keeps blocking it there with soft hands, he's not going to get much on offer. So he commits himself to a little shot with a close face to the onside and gets the single. That's what he needs to do. There's one of few flighted deliveries from Engelbrecht. I just like the way that Björn Lubo, his shot selection has been good. At times his restraint has been good to watch as well. Because when you think about how these guys bat in the compressed version, the 20 overs, it's a very good take by the wicketkeeper. Did the umpire signal wide? No?
Come off the pad. We're going to have another quick look here. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Malan will feel that he's missed out there. I like the intent now. He's starting to use his feet, but that length he could have just driven through that extra cover region, or maybe just go over mid-off.
There's a bit of turn with that angle on offer from Engelbrecht. Here, change of commentary with the score at 88 for 2. It's back with Kobus and Mpindelo.
Well, what a partnership. 74 runs. Vian Leber dropped on 19 runs. Yanaman Malan has kind of played his way onto 20 and is playing his role.
Yeah, I must say, Yanaman Malan is starting to hit a couple of good shots. You can see there's a bit more of a momentum change. We still look at that intent from him, but I must say, if you look at that early start where the Titans was completely dominating, the way that Vian Leber has managed this partnership, 53 or 48 deliveries, and the anchor on the other side, Malan, has given them a very good platform to work from.
I think talking about the way we were talking about it was pretty fair. 0 of 35 deliveries is pretty intense. But we did say that he has to pay that back with at least a 20 or 30, and is playing himself into that position now. And you can tell by the partnership being at 74, there's much more ease also in that change room for the Dragons, because it looked dark earlier on.
I think important point there is if you take that 34 deliveries that he took to get off the mark out of the equation here, his first 20 runs actually has come at a decent rate, and that's important to look at that. So he sort of weathered the storm there in the beginning where they could easily have been 3-4 down after losing the toss this morning. So it's important for him to look at the future now and to build this partnership. If you look at the outfield, if you look at this unbelievable cricket wicket we got here, SuperSport Park again, I think the region of 270, 280 should be par here. And with the two stalwarts at the crease, the captain on 50, they will soon realize what's important.
And the ball has been coming onto the batters as well. It's not as if the surface has been too paced. Sure, there's some deliveries where it kept a little bit low, but the batters can trust the pace of the wicket if they get the length of the ball correctly and they just play through the line. We've seen some stunning shots from Vian Leber, and now Malan is getting into it as well. So it really is it's playing like a fresh surface, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, if you look at the standout on that scorecard, unfortunately, Lazard Williams, his 3 overs went for 28, and that was the momentum change towards the Dragons.
Into the air for a little bit. Going for the charge. I mean, the chance was there if you can be having your fielder so down in the deep. But man, is he navigating this well. And on top of this now, there is ease in the change room, and it's allowing the next set of batters to assess what the surface is all about. I feel as if you lose your wicket so quickly, the next batter doesn't have enough information and enough data to play the surface. But now, with how long this partnership has been in and how comfortable they're starting to look, at least the next batter when they come in, which the Dragons hope do not, but when they do come in, they'll find it a little bit easier to engage with the match situation.
Yeah, definitely, and quite an interesting fact that's coming in next. The next 3 batters are all 3 left-handers. In the Dominic Hendricks, who's on loan from the Lions, playing for Northwest Dragons in this competition, and then Lesiban Ngwepe, who's a hard-hitting left-handed batter who's actually doing quite well this season, and then Ruan de Swart, who played for South Africa before, who can also be a very good finisher at the back end of the innings. So they definitely got nice depth in terms of their next few batters who can come in, and it's always important if you look at that 30 over mark. If you can get to that 30 over mark and have wickets in hand, then that potential option to double your score from there on in to the back end gives you a nice first innings total.
They've made some good contributions indeed. Vian Leber with a century. Lesiban Ngwepe with good contributions of 80s. Dominic Hendrick is a very reliable player. He'll come in, he's going to give you a decent score at a strike rate of about 80.
Yeah, let's go, kids.
And Ruan de Swart, I believe, is one of the most underrated players going around in the country, really. And Vian Leber showing why eyes should be on him right now. He's in scintillating form and smashes Engelbrecht out of the ground for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot, but that's so unfortunate. You could see the pressure was building there. Engelbrecht's been very tidy. His 3 overs only went for 8 runs and 2 dots again. So something had to give, and you could see the line was just a little bit too straight on this occasion, and a lovely slog sweep by the captain of the Dragons, Vian Lubo, and he put it on the ground embankment here, and exactly what the doctor ordered. And let's see how Skalk Engelbrecht's going to get back into this contention.
It's been a lot of backing to Skalk Engelbrecht. Very young player, 22 years old, I believe. And the trust that the Titans are putting in on him. You have an experienced bowler in Tsepon Dwandwa, Junaid Dawood. There are selections around in the team, but then you give this young lad a chance, and man, has he starting to show up now.
Yeah, he's made his mark early doors in four-day cricket. A tall off spinner. He gets a lot of revelations on the ball. Very, very accurate, as we can see here. A fierce competitor, which is always good as a spinner to have that ability to really stay in the fight for long periods of time. And I must say, he's gone from strength to strength, and he's whenever he gets opportunities, he grabs it with both hands.
Got a push to the SAA side, and then he showed his skill with the bat. They're scoring a very good 77 in the SAA side. But right now, the Dragons, they make it to 100 runs. What a tough 50 runs to go first, and now they're starting to convert this very, very well. 102 after 23. But back to the conversation with Skalk Engelbrecht. It was Paul Adams who said, now we want to back these young spinners so that they can start growing. And even the Dragons right now, they have their own young spinner in Caleb Saleka, right at the bottom. Nice little wrist spinner. But right now they need the batting to continue. Yaneman Malan and Vian Lubo doing quite decently.
Yeah, nice thing about Engelbrecht, also a very good captain also, so student of the game. He's through and through born and bred cricket, so that attribute also is so underrated in modern day cricket. I work at a school, and sometimes hard to get the next natural leader who really understands cricket. Very well played again there. Tidy up there by Duan Jansen, and another single for Vian Lubo. So I'm 100% convinced that Skalk Engelbrecht will be in the future leadership roles here at the Titans. Just the way this is demeanor as a person, the way he goes about cricket, the way he thinks about the game. He's one of the few guys that I've seen from a very young age who can really lead and always be that 2-3 steps ahead of the game. And sometimes guys are so complacent in terms of actually just playing what's in front of him instead of actually thinking what can happen in 5 or 10 overs from now.
Ooh, what's happening right now is that Yaneman Malan might have found the touch. It's a beautiful shot down the ground for 4.
Yeah, I always say form is temporary, class is permanent, and we spoke about this guy off air for a long period of time, and he really had a tough 2.5 seasons. And if you look at that shot again, then you can see why there was a year not so far ago where he was one day cricket of the year in the world, for South Africa, doing duty there and scoring a lot of runs. And it's nice to see a player of his ability just getting back into form, and he really took the hard yards here today to settle this wicket, and hopefully for him he can contribute in big form for his team.
It's hitting that middle of the bat nicely now. The last thing you want to happen is you've worked so hard to get your eye in, now you're getting your eye in, and then a rush of blood just throws you away and you give that wicket up. Because how easily is it that you've timed one so well, the next one you time it so well, and then you start trying to force the issue and trying to overhit the ball.
Yeah, that's exquisite timing there. If you look at that replay again, one of the best cricket shots in the book, and he sincerely made the most of it.
There's the surface just not lifting up as much as the bowlers believe and the batters believe. Lubo has made the adjustment, plays that low, just closes his face off the bat to keep it on the ground. Man was on form. You can just see it with the little things, Quibus.
Yeah, what you say about the little things is so important. If you look at his intensity about how he runs between the wickets, every single that I take, they look for 2, and he try and score as much as he try and maximize his scoring options, and that's a class of a good player and a show of a good player, and that's very good to see him. And that's also important from a mature player and a captain leading from the front, doing the small things right for his team.
Averaging 46 this season. Wonderful 105. Also has 150 as well this season, Vian Lubo. It helps that he can bowl too, so he really just brings up such a huge contribution to the Dragons lineup. It's showing at the right times, because when surfaces are like this and conditions are like this, sometimes it takes that one strong innings to break the other opposition apart and find it difficult to chase down the score. Because it hasn't been easy. Malan struggled and Lubo got dropped. And it's just these innings like this that changed the tide of the game.
Yeah, and I must say, you said it, we were on air, myself and you said how costly can that drop be? And if you look at the context of the game, that drop has really put the Northwest Dragons back into this contention. It was completely dominated in that first 10 overs by the Titans. And if you look at the way he's gone back into this position here, it's been brilliant to see how he goes about it. It was dropped on 19, and now he moved himself onto 66 of 61 balls, which is a classic example of how important fielding is in this modern game that we really enjoy.
And so many fans have come around here at Centurion. It's their fourth game at home. And for the Titans, all the games that they have won have been at home.
Yeah, interesting to listen to Rivaldo Moonsamy saying at the toss, and it looks like an English summer. They've been this far in this competition. They haven't had one full 50 over game.
Their bowling has been good at times, and at times the batting has come on form. It's really saved them. Last week it was Neil Brunt's half century that happened 2 weeks ago at home here versus the Tuskers.
It's gonna happen.
It was that 50 from Neil Brunt that really helped them take it over the top.
Oh, yeah.
You look at their other game versus the Western Province, where they bowled them out for 220. Ron Jansen and Khalim had fantastic days in that game as well. Then you go to the first game that they won at home against Boland, last year's finalists. They bowled well again, so it's always been the bowling that has just taken the Titans over the top here at Centurion.
A very tidy over again here by Skalk Engelbrecht. You could see, we spoke about it earlier, Vian Lubo is very strong square of the wicket, and you can see how quickly he picks up length, looking for that offside to pierce the gap.
No. KP.
Yeah, lovely. Great movement there by extra cover, and so important to back the bowler up. Kevin Peterson, one of the quickest fielders in the country. Make sure that he gets around to stop that single. And a very, very tidy over here by Skalk Engelbrecht once again.
Love the way Vian Lubo is just dealing with it though. Halfway through the innings, we're at 109 for 2. Given how this match started, I feel like the Titans will feel like they wasted a really good start, because Dwan Jansen and Dayan Khalim were on top class when they started off. And the fact that after the power play where they were on 34 for 2, 15 overs later they still haven't lost a wicket after choosing to bowl first. I feel like the Titans are behind the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. The partnership has weathered the storm quite well. They could easily have found themselves in a very difficult decision. But that's cricket. And, the man who dropped that chance from Vian Lubo is back into the attack here now, and the Titans are pushed to use their sixth bowler. I think that's always been part of the challenge here. Lazard Williams, his free overs were quite expensive, so they're going to look to bowl the left arm spin of Neil Brunt, quite a defensive spinner. We'd like to see how he's going to start his proceedings here from the off-bob end.
2 tall spinners for the Titans, one right arm, one left arm. Tons of experience. Neil Brunt captained the Titan size for many years. That responsibility has been changing hands quite a bit in the Titan setup this year. Donovan Ferreira starting off, Simon Palmer has been at the helm. Right now it's Rivaldo Moonsamy.
Yeah, myself and Pierre spoke about it. A bit of a team in transition. I think Rivash Goban has done a good job. They were poor, let's be honest about it, in the start of the season. October, November, December was something that the Titans, as a union, as a very proud union over a long period of time, would try and forget as soon as they can, and that wasn't not up to standard. And with the new coach, he inherited the squad here, but you can see his hand and now he's starting to change things and getting new combinations together. Quite pleasing to see how things have changed, and it changed for the better. It's getting much better. If you look here, they're in contention to play in most likely in the playoff game here again. So all these changes and all these subtle movements within the squad and within a team is so important as long as it goes in the right direction.
I think what's taking it in the furthest right direction, the most correct direction. Good hands from Keegan. Very good hands behind the stumps. But I think what they nailed is the balance of age, your new players coming into the squad, and also keeping space for your senior players. You see a Keegan Lyon Cachet, still a young player. He's sharing the gloves with another young player in Luandre Pretorius, Skalk Engelbrecht, getting the ball. You also have Janko Smith, can come in and also bowl. And so when you look at the squad, you have all of those youngsters, Keegan Cachet with a great grab, and now you place that with the experience of a Peluai, of a Neil Brunt, of a Keegan Peterson. Then you have a very good blend here. Oh, and talking about great blends, Neil Brunt finds the perfect ingredients, and he minces the stumps of Vian Lerber. He pays back his dropped catch. This is the redemption that he's wanted. Vian Lerber gone for 67.
Yeah, he'll definitely enjoy that wicket a little bit more than any other wicket. You know how important and how guilty he was of that drop chance, and he made up well and truly his fifth delivery. Unnecessary shot from the captain of the Dragons, and you can see the delight there from Neil Brunt, striking, hitting middle stump halfway up, and such a big wicket in the context of this clash between the Dragons and the Titans. And he'll be very disappointed walking back. That was definitely premeditated, and I don't see the need for that chop. He's done all the hard work, 67 of 64, dominating, and that's potentially a bit of arrogance there in his approach. But unfortunately, the big wicket from the captain of the Dragons needs to go back to the pavilion.
That's an easy punch down the ground for 1 or 2 to long off or long on, wherever you want really. The shot selection, not the greatest. Brave bowling from Neil Brunt to toss it up and get it so full, because that's easily crunchable for big runs. But you just question the shot selection given the match situation right now from Vian Lerber, and I think you nailed it out of the park, Kobus. Why would you play that shot right now?
Yeah, I question the thought process there. He's the stalwart, he's in control, he's the guy who can dominate in terms of the last 25 overs. There's 150 deliveries to go still. All his experience, he'll be very disappointed going back. If you look at the trajectory of the way Neil Brunt bowled quite quick through the air into the wicket, it's a difficult shot, and he completely moved right across. He turned his whole stance. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit of a bad decision he made there. Unfortunately, it's the end of him, and here's the man on loan, Dominic Hendricks, with the world's experience. I find it sometimes hard to see him in the middle order. I think he's such an accomplished batter at the top of the order as the opening batters, but that's how things changes, and these modern day players are so much more equipped to play in different roles. So the world's experience, and it's important for him just to find his feet and start a new partnership here with Janneman Malan.
Last season, he got loaned out to the Knights during the 50 over competition, and this season he's here at the Northwest Dragons. He's the captain of the 4-day series, and he was brilliant in the 4-day series, helping the Lions win that tournament. But he's going on loan because the Lions don't give him that opportunity in the 50 over setup, because they have such an incredible squad in that version of the game. So it's not that he's faltering in his loyalty at all. He's a lion deep inside out, and it's just him trying to show the coaching staff that he has more than just the red ball stuff, that he can do it in the 50 over competition as well. And this is why he's here. The excellent batting of Vian Lerber came to a close, but didn't he play well?
Yeah, elegant, always nice when left-hander gets into form, always looks a bit more classy, and he got the better of Lazard Williams, that's for sure, from the start of his innings. His intensity was very good, stroke play, both offside and onside. Look at that lovely drive, straight drive. He moved well, his timing was exquisite, and definitely an innings he'll remember, with a little bit of disappointment at the back end, but nonetheless a captain's knock, and he got a lovely 67 of 64 deliveries.
Now the situation is that they're going to need another partnership to come alive, because that was the shot that broke it. It was so close to being a 100-run partnership as well, and there would probably be a psychological boost if they were able to get to that. But at least Dominic Hendrick comes in with a 13-over ball. It's been used for a while. Lizard Williams is back into the attack. Oh, and that seems like it kept a little bit low.
Yeah, and it's good captaincy also from Rivaldo Moonsamy. It's the right time to get your bowler, who struggled a bit in his first spell, to get back into this action. He realized there's a break in partnership, so this is the best time for him to get a couple of balls into his spell to find his feet against a new batter. And look at that first delivery. Classic example of his quick arm, low arm action, not a lot of bounce, but very, very skiddy. And round the wicket here to the left-hander Dominic Hendricks. He'll definitely be a handful if he gets it right.
I feel like the overs is right on the edge here. I say this because you are correct. It's the perfect time to bring Lizard Williams. New batter is in. Make sure that you just hit your lines and lengths, because he's not going to go and attack you. But also at the same time, the Dragons know that Lizard Williams is the bowler that has struggled the most, and Yanaman Malan on the other side is starting to get his feet into the game. So it could be that Dominic Hendricks and Malan could use Lizard as a way to springboard themselves into a brand new partnership. That's why it's important for Williams to be able to hit his areas correctly from the start.
Yeah, impressive also. I wonder who had a word in his ear, because he's changed his line of attack straight away. It was very straight towards Lubo, and Lubo dominated the leg side against him. All those balls were pitching outside leg stump, and it was very easy for Lubo to score through the leg side. And now he changed his approach, came round the wicket, and it looks like his lines are so much better to the left-handed Hendricks.
It could be also, in addition to what you're saying here, it could be because Dominic Hendricks is so much shorter than Vian Lerber. The length that Williams is currently bowling is the same length he was bowling to Lerber at first. But you saw those drives down the ground. They were so much easier for the taller Vian Lerber. But right now, those lengths hit a little bit differently for Dominic Hendricks, because they become really good balls now, which is why he's giving them the respect.
Yeah, he's a fierce competitor, and he's a proud cricketer, you know, so he'll always come back, and you can see that lion-heart approach of him coming back here and really fighting back into the spell. Lovely over this far.
See, Lerber just pockets that into this vacant fine leg area, because they're down in the deep and they take a single. But there's no harm in taking your time and just getting yourself into the game, because we're literally halfway through the match. And 240, 250 still very much on the cards, even if they take 3 overs to get themselves on.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Lubo, the way how he manipulated those deliveries into the leg side, and I really used the crease to make sure that he got enough room to manipulate the field. If you look at that delivery, it's not much different than the ones he manipulated into those vacant areas.
Gets a nice ball here, Lizard Williams. This is the over he needed, and it's definitely him who won it. So pays back Rivaldo Munsamy's bowling change, and he goes just for 1. Most importantly, there's no more Vian Lerber, so they can continue working here, the Titans bowlers. 114 for 3 to 27.
And Neil Brunt's going to bowl his second over. If you look at this far, 27 overs in, only 2 extras, so very disciplined by the Titans bowling unit here. They know what's at stake, this so-called playoff game here, to get into that semi-final against the Warriors, who've been playing very good cricket. And it's nice to see the people and young families are pulling in here to SuperSport Park. Always a lovely place to watch cricket. Always feel close to the game and close to the action. And looks like the weather is definitely playing its part thus far. It looked last night, it looked like a lot more potential rain, but it looks like it moved on. And it's nice to see the lights are on, yes, they're still a bit gloomy, but a very good contest thus far.
Crowds are coming on a gloomy day. So imagine how much fun it's going to be on the 12th of April when we have that Blue Bulls and Titans Legends game. Last year was an absolute blast.
Yeah, I could see as Dominic Hendricks just punched that ball down the ground for a single. See some of the names being on social media platforms being announced who's going to be the players for the Titans and the Bulls. A couple of legends of the game, both rugby and cricket guys who's proud of that light blue colour in terms of their cricketing days and rugby days. So it will definitely be a spectacle here at SuperSport Park once again.
If you're listening and you want to come through, ticketpro.co.za is where you get your tickets. 12th of April, it's going to be an absolute blast. It's going to be the Fidelity Titans, that's the ladies team first, going against the DP World Lions team, who are currently the T20 champions, the Hollywood Bets Pro Series. Then we're going to be followed by that Bulls and Titans Legends clash. Last year we had AB de Villiers here. He put on a show, 100 in a blink of an eye. I cannot wait to see what this year's going to bring for us.
That's it, that's it.
Then when we come back to the game here, Neil Brunt is really bowling with excellent control, and it's no surprise, it's what we know of Neil Brunt really.
Well manipulated there by Dominic Hendricks for a single. You could see a strong leg side field. The angle of attack around the wicket to the left-handed Hendricks from Neil Brunt. And an easy single. And only 3 singles this far, so Neil Brunt have really started his bowling spell very well for the Titans.
Oof, that was something that he could latch on to, Yanaman Malan, but he couldn't. Which ends over number 28. Neil Brunt, he has a wicket, so does Dayan Khalim and Dwan Jansen. We'll also have a commentary change here. It's 117 for 3.
Thank you, gentlemen. So 98 run partnership finally broken with an injudicious shot from Vian Libbe. His first real mistake as far as shot selection is concerned. I know Pierre de Bruin alongside me will say when it comes off, it's the great shot. It's a great innovation. It's all the hyperboles we'll use for good cricket. But in the end, I think the game situation, the state of the game, the fact that he was in so much of a command, he fell into the trap of a new bowler coming in, decided to maybe take advantage of that fact, and well, he paid the ultimate price after a really good innings.
Yeah, I think he'll look back at it and say, I did it too early. Yes, it is a strength of Vian Libbe, the reverse option, but it was in Brunt's first over. He didn't have enough information yet. But it was a very important breakthrough for the Titans, just to squeeze again, build some pressure. Hendricks is the type of batter that takes a bit of time to get in and to get that tempo going. So there is a window of opportunity here for the Titans to squeeze and build some pressure. Yanaman Malan still there. That's his argument, 31 of 74 deliveries. But so important now for the Dragons that he bats through. It's getting a bit gloomy here. I just looked at the back here. Some dark clouds approaching us.
Yeah, it's certainly got a lot more darker, even though the artificial lights have been switched on from ball 1. It does look a little more grayer and gloomy. Dominic Hendricks, like most little left-handers, does manipulate very nicely both sides of the wicket. I think a number of singles that he has played, he's moved across to the offside and pushed it to straight on the leg side. This time he chops down on one, 2 fielders after it. Young Engelbrecht does a really good job to keep it in play. So 2 runs to Dominic Hendricks. And as you say, with Yanaman Malan, now he's got this responsibility on his shoulder. He needs to hang in there at least till the 45th over and make sure that they don't keep opening one end.
From a tactical point of view, I'm quite surprised that they've taken off Engelbrecht, especially with a new batter, the left-hand batter. I would have liked for Engelbrecht to use that opportunity to the new batter.
You know, a while ago, our colleagues were just saying it was a good choice to bring Williams back on because he was now operating to a new batsman. So maybe for him to just get his radar going again and get the positive juices flowing. That was the opinion of Kobus.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a couple of buts for me, and that is that Lazard is struggling with his control. And then the matchup, Engelbrecht versus Hendricks, for me, is a good matchup. Also with Brandt has bowled 2 overs already. You could expect that he's going to bowl 5 or 6 overs. That means that he can share with Lazard Williams. Lazard doesn't have to bowl he's 5 or 6 overs then. However, 120 for 3. It's rebuilding time for the Dragons.
Also, the other point to make perhaps is that just bringing him in for a short spell, say at least 2 overs, and then leave him for the death, because we know that that's where his strength is. And that's where perhaps he's in a better frame of mind when he's operating, because he then dishes up all of those mixed deliveries, and he does make run scoring very difficult for batters. So there is that option for Rivaldo Munsami. But I agree with you that if your spinner was on song and he was getting it right and he was keeping the runs down, to perhaps just continue with him. How many did Engelbrecht bowl? 5.
And there were signs of 1 or 2 that just maybe turned a touch, a bit of bounce.
Now you're right, there was a certain length that he found where he was getting a bit of turn. Brandt has picked up the wicket, he's got the important break. Going across the line and he's clean bowled, Janneman Malan. Inevitably he falls to the spinner, looking for the big shot, his feet nowhere near where his intended stroke was aimed. And clean bowled by Neil Brandt. So he's picked up his second, and one's followed the other. They find themselves at 121 for 4.
Yeah, it's the golden arm of Brandt, but I need to question the option of Malan. Yeah, he had to fight very hard for his runs this morning, but he's given it away. And another breakthrough for the Titans.
Yeah, it's a good period for the Titans. I think so. Rivaldo has made some very crafty, clever changes here in the middle, and that innings finally coming to a close. 31 of 77, 3 fours, side on view, looking for the big stroke over. Well, this was his innings, in fact. This was the one chance that he had given. A wonderful attempt from Engelbrecht, unfortunately didn't go to hand. And then he did play this sumptuous straight drive somewhere in the middle of his innings.
That's a classy shot. But he's given it away with a loose option across the line. He's got to go. 2 new batters now at the crease for the Dragons.
Siba Nkwepe makes his way to the middle to join Dominic Hendricks. So now they really do have a tough job on their hands for the remaining 20 overs and 3 balls in trying to at least get the run rate up and get themselves somewhere closer to that score of 250 now at a minimum. And both you and Kobus have been talking about that bar score 280. You get that and you're certainly in the game. But we do also know that at this particular ground, it's a day game, it's not that difficult to chase. The 2 left-handers at the crease.
Immediately off the mark, and Brandt's done an excellent job here for the captain, getting 2 vital wickets, the 2 in-batters in Malan and Lubo. I do feel now, with the 2 left-handers, that Engelbrecht has got to follow Brandt from the Henops River end next over.
into his third over. The one thing about Neil Brunt, bowling to the right-hander and this pair of left-handers, he's just kept it very straight. Doesn't vary too much, just flights it a bit and then just gets the ball to dip in closer to the stump. So he's very clever. He's not overthinking it, just keeping it straight and disciplined. And he's been rewarded. 3 overs now complete. He's picked up 2 for 9. And there are exactly 20 overs that remain in the match. The run rate is what we'll keep our eye on now, 4.1. Hopefully not so much from a Titans point of view, the wickets column. 2 new batters at the crease. We had a short period of real gloomy darkness over the ground here. Now suddenly it's lightened up quite nice. In our commentary position we can't see much because we have this huge famous canopy of over the famous grandstand. So we can't see much above us what's happening, but clearly it's opened up quite nicely. And hopefully it stays this way because this is such an important game and you want it to actually go its full distance because there's a playoff place at stake here. And the home team with this advantage will want to get in there. And, exactly as you said, Pierre, skulk Engelbrecht back into the attack.
Yeah, Captain Moon Samir sensed the same opportunity. Yeah.
Dominic Hendricks, a touch player. I've seen him score a number of hundreds in the longer version, and he is such a sweet timer of the ball. And he's got a very clever head above those shoulders. I'm sure he'll have some sort of a game plan. He'll chat to Lesibe Nkwepe about that as well and see how they can just play a measured innings. This is way down the leg side on the angle that's offered by Engelbrecht and neatly tucked away by Hendricks.
Yeah, it's a sluggish start from Engelbrecht. First delivery was too full, too straight, and then this one. With no 45 in position, you can't afford to miss that line.
Yeah, he overcompensates. Maybe he was just looking to...
Oh, yes.
That's exactly what he was looking to do. Yorker length delivery, sharp, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Again, just maybe trying too hard.
No.
Also, it just depends so much on your pace that you're allowing yourself to go. At times when you go a little too quick, that tends to
Come now,
control is so much a part of what an off spinner especially or spin bowlers need to be aware of.
Yes, catch! Come on!
Oh, what a soft dismissal from Nkwepe. Undeserved wicket for Engelbrecht, but he's kept it straight, sharp on that length, and plays a little bit of a bottom-handed shot, and it loops very easily into the fielder's hand at mid-wicket. And the 5th wicket falls, and that's the column we're perhaps going to keep an eye on now, Pierre.
Yeah, you said soft. That is as soft as you're going to get it. Just chipped it to mid-wicket. Bonus wicket for Engelbrecht. And Dragons falling apart. 5 down.
So Engelbrecht comes back into the attack, picks up the wicket. And that's what happens in the middle order. When you lose wickets at regular intervals, you tend to have new batters at the crease at the time in the limited overs matches where you need batsman one at least who's well set so that you don't get dragged down as far as the run rate is concerned. And unfortunately that dismissal has now made absolutely certain that the Titans have the upper hand here. And it's all about whether they have the ability and the wherewithal to keep that run rate down, pick up the wickets and give themselves a total to chase, which they'll pick up quickly when they do need to come in back. New batsman in, Rwanda Swan, 44 matches and an average of 40.90, which is really very good. 350s and 300s, the highest of 14. So yeah, he's a batsman of some capability. He's played internationally as well, and the remaining overs are going to be really important for both Swart and Hendricks.
Yeah, another left-hander as well. You don't see that very often, the amount of left-hand batters in this lineup.
This is not on the field, huh?
So the players have had a bit of a drink at the fall of that wicket. Here's another look. Wide of the crease, it's a looping delivery. Maybe this is what he was looking to aim at, because he had that fielder in at mid-wicket. I reckon Engelbrecht may have known a little more than the two of us here, in that he was persisting on that leg stump line with that looping delivery. And it must feel so good when the batsman plays into your hands, literally.
I think he's got to adjust that line, because he's got to slip in place as well. You can afford now to target that fourth stump line, get that, bring that slip fielder in play. I think he got a bonus wicket there. Very, very sloppy shot from Ngupe. But he'll take it, the young man.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear Kobus talking about having watched Engelbrecht from a young age, that he's got a good head on his shoulders, he's got leadership qualities. And you wouldn't believe the first question that came to my mind. If he's got leadership qualities and perhaps going to be captaining as well, that's the end of the over, a successful one for both the Titans and also Engelbrecht, 128 for 5. Is that, how often have you seen spinners captain at provincial level? I know that Clive Extian came to mind.
Well, going a few years back as well, Mark Davis.
Mark Davids for a short time
He
here in
played,
blue.
I played under him as a young man.
Yeah.
Derek Crooks, Easterns. I played under Derek Crooks.
For a while. Yeah. It seems that you seem to follow all those spinning captains. And the other thought that just came to my mind is that for a long time, Ray Illingworth captained England, batted at number 9, and was a fine off-spin bowler.
Nicky Boyer, Knights, Eagles those days. Also captained for a while.
Yeah, this is good. Keep going. So maybe that answers a bit of Kobus's conjecture as to his leadership qualities, and will he be there? Lazard Williams continues. He's in his second spell, and he produces perhaps the ball of his 2 spells. A beautiful lifting delivery of a very good length. And you know how you tease at club level. If you were a quality batsman, you would have edged that.
Now that is a good delivery to the new batter. Around the wicket, angle slightly into the left-hander. Oh, that is a Jaffa.
And no disrespect meant to Rohan de Swart at all. Just making an adjustment to his field. Mid-wicket goes to slip. Keegan Peterson. Square leg moves just a little forward of square, so a squarish mid-wicket deep on that long boundary today. The scoreboard boundary to our left is the longer of the 2 boundaries. Square boundaries, that is.
Got another one for you, Aslam. Keshav Maharaj.
Keshav himself in the modern day, absolutely.
One away here, boys, I promise you. One away. One away. Patches me in here, boys.
You know, we used to have Andrew Sampson with us
here, boys. One away
on
here,
SABC.
here, lads.
And you raise one of these little points, and I promise you, within a minute or two, very much like Keith Lane, they'll they'll fill you with a whole box of answers. You know, fantastic to have those type of people as part of a commentary team, because they add so much to the whole broadcast. And I'll tell you something else, Pierre. This is neatly angled for a single. There's a whole lot of viewers who are making a list of their own now, beyond what we've just mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. But I always say that as a commentator, you're as good as your stats person next to you. Without them, you can be easily lost. Feeding information to your listeners and your viewers is so important.
100%. And I can tell you that we've worked with the best in the world. I've worked with for a very long time with Keith Lane on SuperSport, and then for a good 15 years or so with the magical, we call him the wizard, Andrew Sampson. For a long time, the official statistician of Cricket South Africa, much respected, an award winner of the International Statisticians Society. So we were in good company, I tell you. And you're right. I mean, we bring in a topic and perhaps just touch the surface. And these guys go deep dive. And we used to really enjoy it. Immediately we used to look to him to say, what's he going to come up with? And there were a whole lot of gems. Even funny incidents or anecdotes that you talked about, say, of past cricketers. And then suddenly this guy will come and he'll add another whole 2-3 paragraphs to the story. And I must say on radio, I mean, with the likes of Neil Manthorpe, who's along with the irrepressible Brett Proctor, the longest serving commentators in South African cricket.
Yeah, I'm now thinking when I started my commentary career, 2011, in this same commentary booth alongside Mike de Villiers and Koti Groewe. And as a young commentator, it was unbelievable sharing a microphone with them, learning alongside them, and the knowledge and the experience that they've picked up over the years it was incredible.
So whilst I shared the commentary box with the English commentators, I used to always pop into the Afrikaans booth, and I was absolutely fascinated with them. And remember, we used to listen to these guys before the advent of democracy in our country. And I always tell this little story that as far as Afrikaans was concerned, the only Afrikaans I knew was the school Afrikaans, right? And then once I got into the working environment, there was no Afrikaans, so there was no exposure. But the only exposure I had to good Afrikaans was listening to cricket commentary. And I'd probably be able to flow better with Afrikaans cricket commentary than if you engage me in a discussion now, and I'll be lost. Oh, that's a good clean hit, just a positive hit. That's good to see from Rohan de Swart. And I think one of them is going to need to take this kind of a responsibility at this stage of the innings, just to try and push the fielders back and force maybe some bowling changes.
Yeah, I like this option. He identified that length, and he's made up his mind. When he's going to get that length, he's going to go over. I like that mindset. For me, that type of mindset there is that you've got to tell yourself you've got one chance here. It's a quarterfinal. You've got one chance here. Don't want to sit after the game and say, yeah, missed out on half volleys, etc., etc.
Yeah, and that fielder immediately pushed back from mid on to long on. So they've opened up a gap on the leg side, but here he finds one on the off side. So Mike de Villiers, Koti Groewe, I mean, highly respected, and I must say we acknowledged each other's work for a long time after that. And Koti used to be a guest pre-match on test days, one-day internationals on radio, and then he used to shift to his Afrikaans commentary booth for SuperSport. And then Mike de Villiers, I mean, his experience especially in first-class cricket. And then there was also from Free State, not
Ewie Cronje.
Ewie Cronje was one. I was just going to say not Mr. Cronje. Very distinguished Afrikaans gentleman. I'm trying to think of his name.
Yes, I'll get to that now. Did he not also do rugby?
He did rugby too. Absolutely right. So, and You know, Pierre, my story, as we get to the end of the 33rd over, I have to share this with you because can you imagine what the sea of change was like in the early 90s? And I actually got into, and I actually pioneered part of the black commentators that came into mainstream media. And the pressure was unbelievable. And not to get into too much of details, but I must tell you that the guys that put their arms around my shoulders were those very Afrikaans commentators. Christopher was one of them. And I'll never forget him for that. To give me that comfort and ease me into the whole set. I wasn't even sharing the booth with them. I was doing English. But they welcomed me, you know.
Next one.
Yeah, the late Koti Gervais, he was just a genius. I think he specialized in 11 languages, Latin, all sorts. The sense of humor was also
Yeah, absolutely.
he can tell some funny stories.
And you know, he was one of those that, because you're not buddies with the Pierre de Bruins and Kobus Pienaars of the world, you had the option to call it the way you wanted to. And you needed to be brave to do that as commentators. And I was taught that very early in my days as well, that none of these guys are your friends when you're a commentator. So maybe that's a message for you as well, Pierre, that when he's going to see you at the bar after the end of day's play, he's going to be your friend. He's going to probably raise the fact that you said something on air that he didn't agree with and said, that's my job, mate.
Christo Olivier.
Christo Olivier. Thanks, Kobus. All wonderful gentlemen, wonderful people.
We're still very privileged that Mike de Villiers still monitors the Afrikaans commentators as a mentor. So after every game or day's play, we get feedback from Mike, which is valuable.
You know how important that is? Because Mike de Villiers, I will never forget, he used to arrange his Afrikaans stints in such a way that he'd be able to leave the ground by 4:30 because of the traffic to Pretoria. I'll get into that just now. Oh, this has gone straight up in the air. The wicketkeeper's after it, and he's pulled off a very good catch. Beautifully judged. Rwanda Swart clearly coming here with the intent to pick up the run rate. He's top-edged this, and the wicketkeeper has turned, and he sprinted down that one, eye on the ball all the way through, and at full stretch picks up the ball just inches off the ground. That is a fabulous, fabulous catch, and that's the 6th wicket that has fallen.
Yeah, that's massive. This is a great catch. That is an absolute magnificent catch by Keegan Lancashire. Got to keep his eye on the ball, stretches out, and it's a big one. It's a big one for the Titans because the Swart is a very dangerous player. 138 for 6. It's falling apart after that magnificent partnership between Lubo and Malan.
Kela Nyaku makes his way to the middle, and we are witnessing a middle order collapse of high proportions. Top score for the young man, we'll get those details in a moment. But the more important wicket of the powerful Rwanda Swart is now a thing of the past. Partnership just 10. 128 to 138, and Lazard Williams will be pleased with that. It obviously was a false shot from the player. But as long as you're keeping it straight and that you're committing the batsman to play a stroke, you're giving yourself at least a 50-50 chance. If it's wide outside the off stump, if it's a full toss, you're giving too much of an advantage to the batsman. So they certainly welcome that particular wicket. And I think they realized the fact that he was the one danger man towards the end of the innings that they needed to dislodge. And they found that wicket, but what a good catch that was from the young man.
Yeah, and what a good comeback from Lazard Williams. His first 3 overs went for 28. He's in his 7th over, and he's gone for 35 runs.
Just 7 of those. I wonder if that was perhaps the type of a delivery that you should be pulling. Maybe more committed to push a perpendicular bat onto the onside, or a horizontal bat, pardon me, onto the onside, and pick up the boundary, or at least some runs to the leg side. So a forcing shot, unfortunately, he's held out to it. So now over the wicket to the right-handed Nyaku. Now one slip in position. This is, I must say, I've been really impressed with the way the Titans have been captained here. The bowling changes have been good. The thought processes have been good. When to go onto the defensive, semi-defensive, when to go into a semi-attacking position. We've seen all that at play in these 33.4 overs from Rivaldo Munsami.
Yeah, there was a moment or two during that partnership from Lubo and Malan where you felt that the Titans is just starting to lose their energy a little bit, but they stuck to their guns and they are rewarded at the moment.
And I think that's what they'll reflect on. It's a very good point you raised, because that's what the Northwest will reflect on. That stroke to break that partnership when they were completely in control. Neatly angled by Nyoku. It's angled, but he gets a good firm bat on it, so it goes wide of the diving fielder. Keegan Peterson picks up single. And the fellow in your picture there, I've made a note here whilst we were off air, Petlakwayo. Is he still struggling perhaps with that? If I remember, it was a groin injury? No?
No, he's fit to bowl. I think he's become that player now where it will be very specific situations, matchups, etc., etc. So, you know, give him credit. Andile, he still works in the training, in the nets. He still works on his bowling.
Okay. Nicely chopped down by Dominic Hendricks. He now certainly needs to take the lead here towards the lower order. And 140 for 6. So just to finish the story about Mike de Villiers. And every time we got to the test match or the one day, or well, the test match the following morning, he would make the point to come in and see you and say, I listened to you yesterday on my way home and I enjoyed that comment. So that's why I'm saying what you're saying is so important, because when you listen to it, when you get that kind of a reaction and response from guys who you admire, it means so much. It lifts your game as well. It makes you want to improve all the time. So this is the man that picked up the early wicket, and then Dwan Jansen picking up this wicket with a fine catch. There were 2 down at that stage. Then we saw a very good partnership and broken, as we were just talking a minute ago.
Now that's where the collapse started. The wicket of Lubo. You look at all these dismissals. It's not. You can take the first one, Khalim. That was a really good delivery, getting rid of Prince. But you look at the others. It's on the soft side, to be honest. Shot selection, especially in the situation that they found themselves.
Take him on.
So just to finish on the story of Afrikaans commentators, Edwil van Aarde, Edwil of the Earth, as I called him. And so I did an audition once, and Pierre, you're going to find this very interesting. He would commentate in Afrikaans, and I had to be the analyst, the expert in English. It was all part of the training exercise. And you know who was most impressed with the 2 directors? How the 2 of us managed through that. Way back in 1999. Hits him on the straight. Bowler thinks he's got him, but I think that he was a little far across on that offside. So hitting him outside the line.
Yeah, you've been around the block as well, Aslam, and it's so nice listening to your stories, and it's also a privilege for me to sit alongside you for the first time, talking a bit of cricket. the old days.
Those were great times.
It was a little bit too high. Definitely again a little bit of turn.
Yeah, ball another dot. Ball another dot.
Yeah, those were heady times in
One
South
more
African
dot, Stella.
sport, and you know, to suddenly be thrust into the thick of it all was an absolute privilege. That's where Pierre and I are going to take a break at the end of the 35th over. 141 for 6, and we'll hear from Kobus and Bundela whether this collapse is going to continue.
$142 for 6. Just up the road. Well, not just up the road, but quite up the road. Live Golf is taking place. Just the Southern Guards doing their thing. If you're not much off into the golf, just know that Southern Guards are the South African team. Live South Africa, and they're doing a great job. Just like the Titans here in their recovery. Hasn't it been awesome, Kobus?
Yeah, very good recovery here by the Titans. I think after that partnership between Malan and Lubo, the middle order collapse has been significant for the poor Dragons. But I must say, it has been a very good turnaround. The two spinners of the Titans have been very tidy, not giving anything away. And the way how Lazard Williams has turned his spell around after his first 3 overs went for 28 has been remarkable.
11 runs in 4 overs for Lazard Williams. Has all reasons to smile right now. Onkenyaku, you can see those smiles from Williams. Onkenyaku is the 3rd leading wicket taker in the tournament. However, right now his runs are what's needed. Oh, look at that flick of a wrist. That's a wonderful cricket stroke from Onkenyaku. Just whipping those wrists through the ball, and it goes to the midwick boundary for 4.
Yeah, impressive. You can see there's a bit of pressure on him there, but he realized the vacant mid-wicket area. He got into line of the ball very early. Good little shimmy. And that's a nice way that he can becoming a middle order batter and actually become an all-rounder if he shows the class of those type of shots more often.
Goes back to the conversation you kept talking about it, Kobus, when Yanuman Malan was still batting, and it's using your feet. Feels like it's a surface where your footwork will play a huge role. Vian Lubo did it magnificently. He was opening that offside so wonderfully against the spin bowlers. And you saw there with Onkenyaku just shuffling across his stumps to make the ball more leg-sided than what it actually is. Floats it over for 4 runs.
Yes, I think it's the modern day batter who needs to make sure that you manipulate the bowler by your movement patterns, not by necessarily taking too much risks. The situation allowed that to happen now. It's important here if you look at the partnership. Dominic Hendricks, he can't play his natural game now because they find themselves in a situation where there's still 15 overs to go. So they can so easily be bowled out here today, and then it looks very, very bad in terms of the position they were in 4 wickets ago. So a bit of cat and mouse that needs to be played here, but all the experience in the world here from Dom Hendricks to make sure that he takes care of this last 15 overs of this first innings. But looking at it, they're going to fall way short of par score here today.
And it really doesn't help that we've reached over number 34, so now we're using 1 ball for the rest of the innings. The ball was 17 overs old, so now it's going to go until the end of over number 50. And because of that, it means that the ball will get softer. It means that the ball will get a little bit harder to see. But overall, it becomes harder to bat because the ball is no longer coming as nicely as it did at the beginning of the innings.
Yeah, and I think it's good for cricket though. If you look at that time, it was becoming a bit of a batsman's game, too much of the 2 new balls right through the innings. So something for the bowlers to work with, potentially some reverse swing if they looked after it. If it's a bit of a scuffed outfield, not necessarily at SuperSport Park, that will be the case. But the ball will deteriorate a little bit, which makes it a bit more of a level playing field to the back end of the innings. A very, very good end to that 36 over. Lazard Williams, his comeback has been remarkable. If you look at his first 3 overs, went for 28, and his next 5 overs, so 8 in total, 1 for 42. So it shows all his experience and all his class to come back and still be such a big influence in this game.
I want to be 8 years old again. Roll down the backs.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the crowd just filling up nicely. I think a lot of the Titan supporters will realize the magnitude of today's clash.
How's that?
Very good feed again there by Onkenyaka. He looks a busy player in front of the crease, and that's nice to see that he's not falling into his shell there. He's looking to play, looking to score, and that's so important coming in at the back end of the innings.
It's been 35 for 4 in the last 10 overs. 35 for 4. Just not good enough. And it's actually interesting. It's a conversation I was having with Nono Pongo a couple of weeks ago, right here versus the Tuskers. And we were speaking about how in this season, this 50 over competition, nearly chopping it back into the stumps. Lucky to survive there, Dominic Hendricks. But we were talking about the fact that on almost every team, in almost every match, we are going to see a mid-order collapse. If not at the top, somewhere, somehow. A team will start off well, and then they'll just drop their wickets, as now the Dragons have, and they reach 150 for 6.
Yeah, it's strange. It's a very, very big collapse in the context of the game. If you look at them moving to 150 for the loss of 6 wickets in the 39th over. But if you look at that collapse, as you said, 35 for 4. And if you look at the class and the experience in that middle orders, guys have played a lot of cricket. I understand there's 3 left-handers there, but that's not the excuse. Some of the thought processes and the way they lose the wickets were quite soft if you look at it. I think if I have to look at those 6 wickets, I only got a feeling that Mikhail Prince was bowled out by the first wicket of Dayan Khalim, where the ball really moved a lot through the air and off the wicket. And the other 5 wickets was kind of on the soft side, and sort of like they give the wickets away. I suppose there's pressure. I suppose there's a lot of stake. If you look from the side, it's easy to say from us, but it doesn't look like the bowlers have really worked extensively hard for those other 5 wickets.
Feels like the 98-run partnership between Leba and Yanaman Malan, which was so hard fought, has just fallen into the gutter here. And that whole work is going to be outshone by that 35 for 4 collapse in 10 overs. And I might tend to agree with you to a certain degree here, Kobus, because once you apply yourself and you get through those first 15 to 20 deliveries, it's as if the pitch opens up for you, the field opens up for you, and you are able to score a little bit more freely. Lesiba Ngwepe only survived for 3 balls. Rwanda Swaft only survived for 10 balls. And right now, Onkenyako is currently on 11 balls. So he's still in that time frame where he can lose it, or whether he survives and he's able to see the ball throughout the inning. So I don't think they've hustled enough in that middle order to preserve their wickets and keep themselves in the crease.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. If you look at the way the Titans stayed in the fight also, it's impressive for me. You spoke about it in our previous stint where there's a bit of a change in leadership here, change in captaincy. I think looking at him from the side here, Rivaldo Moonsamy has captained his troops exceptionally well today. The timing of his field changing, quick single there by Dominic Hendricks, well run from the start. The way he handled his troops, the way he sort of changed his bowlers around, the way he identified certain periods of certain bowlers, I think he really led very well from the front. And his bowlers backed it up by very, very impressive performances this far.
The only time that bowling seemed a little bit stale was in those first 3 overs of Lazard Williams, which he has come back and recovered magnificently.
Yeah, that was the time when Vian Lubo was really playing well. He dominated that partnership in that period of time. A couple of very good shots, and he just got used to the pace, and he used his speed very well against Lazard Williams. I think his lines were a bit straight, and as you said, his length's a bit full at times, but the way he came back showed his class.
Ooh, sharp little turn and bounce there for Neil Brunt. And I just want to reiterate your point on the great captaincy of Rivaldo Munsami, because you see Vian Leber, he's getting into a good stride. He's batting with Yanaman Malan. It's a left-right combination. You have Skalk Engelbrecht bowling from the West Lane and opposite from where we are, and then he brings the bowling change of Neil Brunt, having your two tall spinners, left arm, right arm, to combat the left arm, right arm of the batters as well. And then it was actually Neil Brunt who got the breakthrough, getting Vian Leber. And so it's been very smart, because straight after that he brought in Lizard Williams, and you brought it up. New batter in, bring in your bowler who's been struggling, and didn't it pay off so well?
Yeah, it's a bit of a chess game that Rivaldo Munsami has been playing very well today. You've briefly touched on it, and the Dragon side got two of the top three bowlers in this year's competition thus far. Gideon Peters is leading the charts on 15 wickets, and then Yaka on 14 and Caleb Seleka on 12 wickets at a very good average. Onken Yaka is getting them at 13.8 and Caleb Seleka is getting them at 14 runs apiece, which is very, very good. So they'll get into the situation where they feel what's enough for their bowling group to actually be competitive in this environment. At this point in time, it's a bit twofold. They need to look after the last 12 overs, and also they don't need to lose track of what's a competitive score here, because it is a lush outfield, it is a good wicket. So it's a bit of a catch-22 they found themselves in at this point in time. But I don't think in the region of 200, 220 will be anything near enough for their bowlers really to be effective.
The thing is, they're bowling against a pretty good Titans batting side in response. Luandro Pretorius was brilliant starting off the season with a wonderful century, and his runs have been important, but when you have a Rivaldo Munsami who can also take the spot at the top of the order and play just as expressively well, you have yourself a really well-balanced team.
Yes, how's that?
Yeah, they will have to look at a runner ball from here gives you 228. I think it's about 30, 40 below par, but that should be the bare minimum from the position they find themselves in here, and that's why Dominic Hendricks is so important.
Big appeal from Skalk Engelbrecht. Nothing really happened. Umpire Gasa is a very tough man to convince.
Yeah, he had 3 chances already to Skalk Engelbrecht, but you could see Mr. Gaza sticking to his guns. A lot of experience between these two umpires, Mr. Gaza and Mr. Harris, over the years. He's really become stalwarts in the SA game.
Well pocketed, needs to run quickly. Lesego Senokwane is not a fielder you want to take on too often, and they should know, being former teammates. They complete the single though, because he needed to cover a lot of distance to his right, but still, the way he recovered that, I feel like he's one of those fielders you just need to watch in order to learn what great fielding is. It's so spectacular. And speaking of the scores that the Dragons would want to have and nail on the money on around 250, because that's the average score batting first on a day game here at Centurion. 247. It's well pooled. Dayan Khalim is down a deep square leg. Oh, tough times now for the Dragons. 11 overs to go with a ball that's about to die and with a thin batting lineup. Skalk Engelbrecht completes his full 10, 1 for 40. The score is 158 for 6.
Yeah, very good spell by the youngster. Skalk Engelbrecht, 1 for 40 in his 10. Very good returns for the Titans here. I think a lot of people would have asked the question, how can you leave out Roel van der Merwe with all his experience? But a very good decision by the captain and the coaching staff here. If you look at the amount of left-handers that these Northwest Dragons have in their lineup, so the right-arm off-spinner definitely come in handy, and a very good day out for Skalk Engelbrecht. He could easily have had 2 or 3 more wickets, but very handy, 1 for 40 and 10. So he controlled that one side of the game very, very well.
Keep going, Minnie.
Neil Brunt has been the perfect support on the other side. Has taken 2 wickets for only 13 runs. Dominic Hendricks we'll have to see a different side of Dominic Hendricks here today, and it's an actually perfect opportunity for him to showcase what he can do when the pressure's on and the team needs quick runs. There's only 10 overs to go after this. He's on 22 for 42. I don't know how they're going to be able to manage to get the score that high unless he starts to click and just goes berserk.
Yeah, it's quite late to bowl the left-arm spin of Neil Brand. If you look at his figures this far, he's busy with his 5th over. He already picked up 2 wickets for only 14 runs, so a very handy man to have so late in the innings. So they'll try and push him as late as possible here in this period.
The way that they're playing him, Junior Dal is going to add to the covers, running for 2. They go to 161. And I think this is the ideal situation actually for Rivaldo Munsami. These are the overs where it's very risky to bowl a spin bowler because batters are fearless now. They can use their platform to go big. But right now, the Dragons don't have that platform to go big. And is bowling to 2 batters who aren't looking to go big either.
Yeah, and if you look at the makeup of their side, their next 3 batters in Seleka, Kali Fryer and Shimani Matoa, they're all 3 more of bowlers in terms of their first skills. So ideal time for him to be here. You could feel he could have bowled a few more overs earlier, but then again, that bowling change that he brought in Lazard Williams back got the crucial wicket from Ruan de Swart. So very good captaincy thus far by Rivaldo Munsami. As you said, it changed quite a bit this year in terms of the captaincy and the leadership by the Titans, but he's been really impressive today.
And often, captains would use either of their strike bowlers in between overs number 20 and 30 just to disrupt whatever partnership that happens, so that partnership between Bian Leba and Yanaman Malan, if it continued for about 3-4 more overs, Munsami would have been forced to call on Adwan Jansen, would have been forced to call back at Dayan Khalim. But because he used his bowlers well and his bowlers paid him back in kind, he still has 9 overs to play around with his two openers who are fantastic at the start of the innings.
Yeah, there you can see on the scoreboard, just to start your point, how many options you have left. There's got only 9 overs to go, and Duan Jansen got 5 left and Dayan Khalim got 4 left. So between the two, they'll never do all of the overs, but they got the option. And then Lazard Williams still got 2 left. He's still going to push a few more overs here with Neil Brand. So a lot of options, and that's a nice way, if your bowlers pay you back, that you actually feel bad that you don't give them the full quota. But a very disciplined and a very good set of bowling today by the Titans thus far. If you look at that, 41 overs, only the 5 extras, it shows that they've been a classy outfit.
And when bowlers bowl well, they want to complete their full 10. They'll always want to complete their full 10. But also in the flip side, the qualifier is in 2 days' time. It's going to be on Wednesday, if they are able to make it through and go to St. George's Park in Gqeberha.
Wait.
Past Senokwane, and they're going to take a single. If you have so many options without using an Andile Petluwai, which would make it 7 bowlers if you wanted to use, it means that you can keep your bowlers relatively fresh as well, going into that qualifier should they make it through. Should you need them to bat, God forbid, you just allow them to rest. And so it's very good for Rivaldo Munsami and the coaching staff to have such a reliable setup in their bowling. And that's why they got into this position. It is because of the bowling.
A nice soft hands there with Dominic Hendricks for a single. Yeah, and once you get to this back end of the season, back end of a competition, you don't want to change much. So if you look at those options, the guys will be fresh. So unless there's a serious injury or something happens along the way, they will look to play the same side for the next three games if they get to the final. Otherwise, the next 2 games at least. And that momentum is so important to the back end of the season, which the bowlers have really stepped up to the party today to make this competition so much better.
It's going to be a mightily difficult task to defeat the Warriors. It's going to be mighty, because the Titans were in deep trouble versus the Warriors when they played down at St. George's Park, 109 for 8 after 35 overs. So that's a difficult team to beat this season.
Yeah, I spoke to Rolf van der Merwe and he said they batted poorly down in Quebec the other evening. The rain affected game. He said the rain was very, very hefty after a while, but they got out of jail definitely, as you rightly mentioned, with that 109 for 8 score. But they're playing very good cricket. If you look at their squad also, Gideon Peters at the top end there, he bowls quite sharp, he hits the stumps quite often, he bowls quite straight. Matthew de Villiers, he's second on the run scoring charts. He had a magnificent this year. I remember doing a commentary game here when he made his T20 debut in the CSA competition, and he was captain in the same game, and then he played SA20 this year for the Joburg Super Kings. So a couple of good players there really coming through. And I must say, hats off to Robin Peterson. He's getting some great players, some great young players, giving them the right opportunity. If you look at the two King brothers, how they stepped up and how well they're doing. So definitely a formidable team to take note of. Lovely delivery by Duan Jansen. A small outside edge, you could hear it in our ear there. And a very important wicket. And now it's the bowlers, and well deserved. He persists with that wicket, coming round the wicket, Duan Jansen. And the faint outside edge is the end of Unkenyaka.
They finally forced umpire Gasa to raise his finger. He was waiting for Duan Jansen's appeal. But it's a very good ball this from Duan Jansen. Lovely full. It just nips away from Ongenyaku. Because of the length, he was drawn to the delivery. And he loses his wicket. Excellent bowling from the lanky and tall fast bowler.
Yeah, very good. He came straight away with his plans at the back end. He bowled over the wicket in his opening spell, his opening 5 overs. And from the start at the back end, he came round the wicket. So he take away all the room from the right-handed batters. And that ball just moved a little bit off the seam to create the outside edge. And a very well-deserved wicket for Duan Jansen.
He's been bowling like money. He really, really has. If he keeps this on for 2 seasons, might get himself a shot at that SAA side, which is constantly revolving and trying out new players to see who's ready for the next jump. Duan Jansen might be making a case to make it into that SAA side who are so active for these past couple of years.
Yeah, and an active A side means that the guys get opportunity across the globe. They play more cricket, so they become more ready when the opportunity comes to play for the national side. So I think that's the right product. If you look at India and England over the years, why they're so far ahead in terms of all 3 formats is the A side. If you look at England, the Lions and the India A side, they travel a lot and they play a lot of cricket, and sometimes they have tours at the same time in the same country, so the guys are used to the conditions. They get upskilled quickly, and then straight away, once the opportunity comes, they're ready to compete.
Duan Jansen bowling like absolute money this season. Caleb Seleka in at number 9. Oh, he's gone at number 9. What an absolute dot from Duan Jansen. Straight at the stumps, and he takes 2 and 2.
Yeah, that's a lovely delivery. A Yorker, full and straight. You miss, I hit. Straight up front. Very well deserved. A lovely over. The 41st over here. 2 wickets. The double strike here by Duan Jansen. He moves on for 3 for 32. And the Northwest Dragons find themselves in a difficult position. Lovely Yorker. Quick, full, straight. Look too far to the leg side. And he hits the off stump. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered. The end of Caleb Seleka.
Duan Jansen is up to 12 wickets now for the Titans. They're leading wicket taker by quite a bit. Dayan Khalim right close, but now here's what I was talking about with Duan Jansen. We were speaking about his numbers earlier on. Look into these numbers. Starting this game, he was averaging 16 for each wicket. Averaging 16 per wicket and going at just under 6 runs to the over. For someone who was going at 7s and 8s, you are happy with that return. Leading wicket taker for your team, going at less than 16 now. What a purchase and what a grab from the Titans.
Yeah, they were always looking for a bowler to have this height to bowl here. Ifin Belati was the one in my time who really did wonders on this wicket with the extra bounce here. And for a few years, I just felt like the attack were too one-dimensional. All guys similar height here, and Duan Jansen was the perfect fit. And then obviously a bit of work and a bit of self-confidence just showed what he can do and what he's capable of. And it's remarkable to see how a guy can turn around in one season.
must say, with the way that Matthew Boast bowled this season, and it showed signs at the back end of last season's whilst he was here at the Titans, with the amount of wickets that he took this season, you want to have a bowler who comes in, replaces that slot, and you don't look at the Titan and say, geez, we made a mistake with this one. But then you can feel a little bit of reprieve because when he comes in, those wickets that you would have gotten from Boast have been taken by someone else and they've been shared across the team.
Yeah, it's a good point. I wasn't 100% sure why they let him go after his stats he had last year. As we see a couple of raindrops falling here, you can see the spectators are trying to get some cover over them. Not a lot of rain yet, so the umpires are looking, but no real red flags yet. You can see the ground staff starting to move. Yeah, so they must definitely have had a certain type of bowler in mind to allow him to actually go to the Warriors.
The Dragons have an exciting prospect who will be coming in next in Carl Fryer. Goes to Rustenburg, still in Matric. Carl Fryer was fantastic in the school's SA20 and rightfully gets his call up. And it's raining a little bit too much for the umpires' liking here, Kobus. They are taking them off.
Yeah, just looked a little bit more heavy. You can see right around us, very overcast. And the umpires have called for the ground staff to bring the covers. You can see the strip cover coming up first. They're from the Enops River end. And both umpires taking off the stumps, making their way off the field.
First and foremost, I am
SuperSport?
impressed that we even got the toss on time, that we started the game on time without losing any
Straight away,
overs.
straight away.
I was even more impressed by the work from the grounds,
Gaza,
head
no one's
groundsman
coming.
Brian
I'm
and his
dropping it
crew, being able to ensure that the surface is playable the moment 10 o'clock struck. I'm surprised that we got even 42 overs in.
Yeah, I'm with you. I said earlier, definitely a lot of compliments must go out to Brian Bloy and his ground staff. You can see how tirelessly they work to get this ground right. Overnight rain, a lot of overnight rain, persistent rain overnight. To be able to start on time shows what class they have and what they're capable of doing. So very well done to them. And hopefully this shower gives us a chance. We know how important this play of game is in terms of the lock positions and where we are going. But unfortunately, Mother Nature did forecast quite a substantial amount of rain today. So let's see how it goes. If I'm not mistaken, in this 50 over competition, they lose over straight away from the start. Is that correct?
It should be an hour after, as normal. But what is very nice, if you're a Titans supporter, is that this works in your favor. If the game does not continue from this point onwards, we don't look at net run rates. We go straight and we look at the amount of wins that each team has. And right now, the Titans are sitting at number 3 with 3 wins. The Dragons are sitting with 2 wins. So if the rain delay persists, the Titans will move forward into the qualifier by virtue of having more wins than the Dragons. And this is how it currently stands. 167 for 8. Vian Lerber, standout in all senses with the way that he played for his 67 from 65. Yanaman Malan struggled for quite a bit, and all of a sudden he struggled no more, scoring 31 from 77. Dominic Hendricks is still surviving out there, but geez, the bowling has been fantastic.
Yeah, very good returns there by the 2 opening bowlers. Duan Jansen stand out of his 3 wickets, 2 in the last over here just before the rain delay. And then you can see that opening spell of Dan Khalim, 1 for 7 and 6 overs was superb. And then the spin twins and Neil Brand and Skulk Engelbrecht were very good today. 2 for 18 and 6 and 1 for 40 and 10. And that is where we are. There's that delivery that got the better of Mikael Prince. The one that came back of the seam. And a great start. And here you can look at the rest of the wickets.
It's absolutely ridiculous. 1 for 7 in 6. But then the catching has also been fantastic. That was great work from Andile Petlugwayo. You ask, why did he play that shot? But it is what it is. Keegan Lion Cachet also had a fantastic catch from his own wicket keeping behind the stumps. But these are so soft.
Yeah, that's a very good short delivery here to get rid of Rwanda Swat. I still feel that length wasn't short enough, but a lovely catch. Very well moved there by Keegan Leon Cachet. And then this 2 and 2. Look at this. Caught behind. small outside edge from Unkunyaka, and then a lovely follow-up delivery. The first ball to Caleb Seleka, Yorker, you miss, I hit. And that has been the story so far here at SuperSport Park.
Phenomenal bowling from the Titans. They need it. They really, really do need it. But we're going to take a break here at SuperSport Park. CSA YouTube channel is bringing you all of these pictures alongside Pitch Vision, bringing us a wonderful production here at SuperSport Park. Hopefully the rain goes away and we are able to complete this match. But if the rain does not go away and the game stops as it is right now, the Titans will move forward by virtue of having more wins than the Northwest Dragons. We'll come back once we have a proper update on how the game is going. It's currently 167 for 8 with 8 overs to go. Join us when there is no more rain at SuperSport Park.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Hello and welcome back to SuperSport Park Centurion, where we're happy to report to you that the ground staff have done an absolutely magnificent job to get this outfield to conditions enough for the umpires to have declared that play will now resume in just about 2 minutes or so. And of course, with having lost 2 hours of play, there's a revised schedule, a revised playing conditions, and the game has been limited to 29 overs with a target of 144, which is what the Titans will be chasing. So it's all set up for a great finish. And remember, we've been mentioning this before, it's to earn a playoff to play against Warriors on Wednesday. So the two teams are really all set and ready to go. And hopefully the rain will stay away. It still remains rather threatening overhead, but for at least this last hour or so, there's been no rain at all, and the ground staff have been able to clean up and put the operations together here for us to get the game underway. Alongside me, Pierre de Bruin, 144 of 29 overs. Pierre, what do you reckon?
Well, I would rather be in the Titans change room if you look at that, the conditions, etc. But it's all about the start for the Dragons. Using these two new balls to the best of their ability. One thing they were spoken about was to strike up front, get early wickets, put pressure on the Titans. On the other hand, the Titans know that there's enough time on this wicket and this outfield, 5 runs and over should be gettable, but a foundation is key for the Titans.
So Fry opens the account with the ball wide outside the off stump. The ball dips as it ends up at least ankle height to the wicketkeeper, Mikhail Prince. And absolutely right. It's all up to the batsmen. They've done the job with the ball. Unfortunately, just given the complications of the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern system, they lost 8 wickets. They were scoring at just over 4 runs in over. Here, the opposition having to come in, have to score near 5. So Carl Fryer in again, a much straighter delivery, hits him on the back pair, a little higher up. Senekwane and Munsami, the two openers. And just to bring notice to our viewers, the playing conditions, 29 overs, target 144. We surmise that it's going to be 4 bowlers who will bowl 6 overs and 1 bowler will bowl 5. And the power play, the initial power play with just 2 fielders out, will end at the end of 6 overs. So 2 slips in position, 2 wide slips in position for Carl Fryer. Short, and we'll keep an eye on the leg umpire. In fact, the standing umpire does indicate a wide.
Good pace by Carl Fryer. There's a lot of potential in this kid. He's 18 years old. Didn't have a great start in his debut match in Potchefstroom the other day against Western Province. First over went for 20, struggled with no balls, wides.
That's a good straight try from Senekwane. Just picked up the length quickly, just blocked it into that straight gap, past the bowler and the stumps for 2 runs. Yeah, and that tends to happen with young fast bowlers. You want to, your first outing, you want to prove yourself. You know you're an out-and-out quickie, and somehow you just lose it. There's no rhythm. Lots of thought processes have to go into it. So being young, clearly overawed by the situation. But here, given the responsibility, the 18-year-old, to start off proceedings in a crucial match. Looks very nippy, sharp off the track.
Yeah, there's some raw pace. Someone to look out for the future. He looks strong, nice and tall. For an 18-year-old to already have this kind of ball speed is impressive. Bowled that bouncer and followed it up with 2 foolish deliveries.
Just losing his footing as he ran through. Whenever that happens, you just worry that it mustn't be an injury. So fortunately for Carl. just getting a good rhythm going. And that's so much about what bowling is about. Right till the time when the ball actually leaves your hand. Yeah, angling in towards the pads. Neatly played by Sonokwane.
And as a coach and selectors, you're going to have to make a decision in backing someone like this and accept the fact that there's going to be mistakes. But for him to learn his trade and to find his feet at this level is to actually bowl overs at this level against top batters.
Absolutely. No better experience than out in the middle. The best practice is in a match. You can tell that he's just trying to get a lot out of this pitch with the new ball. I'm sure he's been given some sort of freedom by the captain. If that bouncer that you were just describing now was straight enough, I reckon that would have troubled any of the batsmen. First over gone, 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's a better start for him. But what I would like to see with this young man is to find a stock ball. And I call it your foundation as a bowler. You need to find an area where you can know that that's your plan A. I just need...
Absolutely, that makes so much of sense. Scored a gritty 88 to make 80 odd to force a draw in that match against the Lions. That's why I really got to look at the real Rivaldo Munsami. Oh, this is beautifully played. It was slightly airborne. Fielder diving for it, but that is well timed for the first boundary of the Titans innings.
Yeah, it's well timed. For a moment, that ball was in the air. And there Munsami is saying, I should have just hit it up because his balance was excellent. Just look at that. Excellent balance. But if he gets another one there, he's going to clip that onto the embankment.
Yeah, he'll be more than aware. That was so close to that diving fielder, but the timing was exceptional. He also knows his ground well enough to know, as you say, that leg side boundary is the shorter of the two. And basically, this is how the modern game, especially in the white ball, is played, where all of those little statistics, those little issues are looked at. The shorter boundary, as an individual player, your favorite strokes, the ones that you know clears the boundary because they practice it so often these days. Full-blooded drive. Again, it's in the gap, slightly uppish. Didn't bother to run. He knew it was through the gap.
Yeah, it's width. It's width, and a batter like Munsami is not going to die wondering when he gets deliveries like that. It wasn't really a full half volley, but it's the width that invited him. It's a good start. A good start for the Titans.
4 men in that inner ring on the offside. Now produces a full toss. It's in the gap again. It runs away for 4. After all of that rain that the ground staff had to clear, that has just raced to the long on boundary for yet another, a third 4, in fact, in this over.
It's the start you wanted from a batting point of view, just to calm the nerves. That was not a good delivery. Still had to place it in the gap. Did it very well.
That's much better. It's a lot more straighter, middle and off. Valdo Munsami has it back and across trigger movement, end of the second over. 12 runs coming off it. So this jumps that required run rate to over 6 runs and over. And this is exactly the start that they're looking for. And not the type of starts that the Dragons bowlers need if they want to hang in this contest.
That was the first boundary. Then offside this time. Width in the gap. And then Munsami just with that trigger from him.
Down the leg side again from Fryer.
Got into the channel of the bowler and clipped it through mid-wicket for another third boundary. This is the third and final boundary in that over.
Very wristy player as well. That's why he does like those clips to the leg side, as you mentioned. Senekwane facing Fryer now. Beautiful delivery. That is a classy delivery. He's pitched it up. He's hit the right channel as far as the bowler is concerned. And he forced the batsman to play. That is the perfect leg cutter. The perfect fast bowler's dismissal. Senekwane out for 3, 17 for 1.
Yeah, there's the breakthrough. And I spoke about the foundation. If this young man can bowl the ball in that area more often than not, then he's going to be a handful. Not trying too many things. Just a little bit of angle into the right-hander. And Senekwane's feet stuck in the crease. Just pushed at the ball, nothing shot.
Superb delivery. Just dislodged the off bail.
I think that bouncer is still in the back of his head. If you look at his feet movement there, it was non-existent. And he was waiting and wondering when that bouncer will come, and it was the fuller delivery.
Well, at least he'll walk back into the dressing room and say, I was bowled by a classic delivery. A real snorter. And imagine if this guy can continue to produce this kind of deliveries here now, especially in this opening 6-7 overs. Peterson, on the other hand, a stop-start season it has been for him. That reliability that we became so accustomed to in the early part of his career, and then when he broke into the international scene, did so well there again against a formidable Indian attack, and then an unfortunate injury just seemed to put his entire career on the block. But he's in there now. And when it comes to these type of iffy targets, it's never easy because you pick up wickets here early and suddenly the batting team don't know how to actually pace themselves through the innings because they have this fixation of 5 runs at a minimum per over.
You're right. There's also a lot to play for. It's to go to Port Elizabeth on Wednesday and play in a playoff game. Peterson been showed that bouncer early doors.
Just a stoppage for some reason. The umpire having a discussion with the bowler. Nothing of importance, I reckon. Oh, there he gets the ball to swing just in time, but it was a solid bat on that, so wide of the crease, wide of the slip fielders, and he'll pick up the single and get off the mark.
Let's have a look at Peterson's feet here, if there's going to be a replay, especially after that bouncer. The follow-up ball is the full one again. I think the umpires, there's just a little bit of niggle out there. There, look at his front foot on the crease. Very clever bowling.
No, that's well played by Rivaldo. Just angles the bat, rises it to third man. A one-day shot that we saw being brought into the game in the early 70s. So 19 for 1, 3 overs gone, and a successful over for the Dragons on that occasion, having picked up the wicket of Senekwane, beautifully bowled by the young, impressive Carl Fryer. There's confirmation, the power play overs 1 to 6, where there's this limitation of 2 overs out of the inner circle, and then 7 to 23, and then 25 to 29, where you allowed 4 fielders out. Angles the bat as well on this occasion, does Moonsamy. Very effective one-day stroke it is.
And also a way to get off strike, to rotate the strike.
Peterson taking his time, and Nyaku will need to just support it after a rather innocuous first over that went for 13 runs, which included 4 boundaries. 3 boundaries, by the way. Oh, pardon me. And in moments like this, in run chases like this, it's up to the experienced players. You can't leave this for the juniors to expect to take you through. Or at least one of them should be carrying the can all the way through.
Absolutely. It's this is the partnership for me. Just to calm the nerves and see things through, build a big partnership here. Both of these batters are very experienced. They've been in these situations many times in their career. Required run rate 4.9, so that's not an issue. For me, it's about just getting the Dragons into a situation where they're going to need to try things to get wickets.
It's a nice little comeback this from Nyaku, given how he operated in that first over. 4 balls gone, just 2 singles in it. Often bowlers don't come back from a mauling like that, especially early on in the innings. You suddenly just drop your shoulders and overthink what you need to do and don't stick to the basics, which we've been talking about earlier. Small adjustment to the field. Slip moves to gully. Third man moves a little finer. He's kept it straight. He's not been fancy at all. Nyaku forces another dot ball. You've got to hand it to the ground staff in how they were able to just clear the ground and make it playable. It's typical Rivaldo Munsami. You'll see the bottom end come into play very often. He's mistimed this, but powerfully enough to beat the diving fielder for 4. And what was a good over finishes with a boundary, so 6 runs coming off it. And the total.
Yeah, he's just lost his shape a little bit, but he still got away with a boundary. It was offered width, and I think he might have thought to hit that over extra cover. He's got a very good start now. He's Munsami, 19 of 11 deliveries. Good strike rate.
Also got the feeling, is an afterthought to Pierre, that probably telling himself, we need to get a boundary in this over. We need to hit 1 at least. So that's why it was maybe mistimed, but still went for 4. Good for him. 25 for 1. Interesting field set alongside the wicketkeeper. We'll give that to you in a moment. Short delivery, played beautifully by Peterson. Good control. We'll get just a single. So a wide gully or a wide second slip, and then maybe a 4th slip. Just looking to maybe cover all of those bases, because Fryer has been pretty quick. He's pitched it up on a good length. He's got a bit of movement as well. And I'm going to say that's not 4th slip anymore. That's a more finer gully. So a second slip and a gully in position. Beautifully played, marvelously timed, overpitched on this occasion, and just helps himself to a beautifully timed boundary for 4.
You'll always get rewarded for good cricket shots. Low risk, good cricket shots on this ground, and that's exactly what Munsami did there. You got a full ball, didn't try too much. It was all about timing and intent. Look at that. Look at those hands just saying, I want that gap, and he gets it through that gap.
That was a juicy half volley, and as you say, good batsmen always take full toll of those kind of deliveries. Again, Fryer just loses his rhythm. I like this Rivaldo Munsami, is that I think he's standing on 2 legs. That's between leg stump and middle stump. But then he has that trigger movement back and across. Or maybe not so much back, but more across. It gets him into some good positions. Short and pulled, and he's going to get 4 more. Early message to young Carl Fryer. Anything below par is going to be punished, and Munsami helps himself to his 5th boundary.
Now that's the inexperience right there. And I was about to say after that half volley, this is going to be a short ball. Munsami knew it. It's going to be a ball into the pitch. He waited for it, and he put him away. That's too predictable. So if we don't have the luxury of getting pitch maps, yeah.
Oh, clever shot. He needed to readjust very quickly, and the advantage of being a fine one-day player comes into vogue here for Rivaldo Munsami. In fact, that's his 7th boundary. That'll take him to 31, and the score 34 for 1.
And there's a bit of drizzle. The rain is back.
I'm going to blame Rivaldo for that. It was such a good ball, because just imagine he's getting into a defensive position. That ball can take the outside edge, and he just plays a neat little uppercut or upper glide, runs away for 4. Goes big again. This time there's a fielder in position, 1 bounce, and just to cut it off. I'm enjoying this. The rain should actually just make way for another hour or so.
Yeah, and for a result, we need 20 overs in this innings. That's still a long way off. That's in an hour's time.
And just to mention that if the game eventually does get called off with a no result, and the fact that the Titans have won more matches, they will automatically qualify for that playoff against the Warriors, which is effectively a semi-final on Wednesday. "14 runs and make it another 4 more. That's 18 runs to the over with still a ball remaining. Or is at the end of the over? It is really expensive from the young man. He's been too short on this particular occasion. He impressed us with his better length deliveries, but clearly having been punished for boundaries, he's lost his confidence, I reckon, somewhat. And what a beautiful stroke to finish that over.
Yeah, I think it's a combination between confidence and trying too hard, and now trying to bowl 160 k's an hour. And he's bowled 18 deliveries. And if we had a pitch map, I would like to see the percentages of hitting the top of off. And I'm afraid to say that pitch map will not look good. It is all over the show.
Some really fine stroke play here. Good cultured stuff like that particular one, and then you saw that little uppercut that went for 4. We've seen it all. This partnership racing along. They're scoring at 8.6 runs and over. 43 for 1 after 5. "101 required in the remaining overs." So that was just a little drizzle that almost interrupted play once again, but it's looks like it's cleared. Haven't seen any sunshine today. Also forgot to mention that Alfred Matoa has been brought into the attack.
Yeah, he brings control. He brings that relentless control. Let's go back to Fryer. He's learning the hard way, and unfortunately, sometimes it's easier, but for him it's not. He's bowled 4 overs at this level. He's gone for 46. And again, I'm going to repeat myself by saying that as a coach, you need to sit him down and say, what are your strengths? Okay, so you're young, you've got raw pace. That's great. It's the inside lane, in fact, you have raw pace at that level. But we're going to have to find an area where you can operate from, where if you can operate in that area, your confidence will be up. And then we add the short ball, and we add the variation, etc., or the one that you just want to go cross seam three-quarter seam and nip it back, outswinger. But you have to have a foundation before you go there. And I'm not seeing that yet. I'm seeing someone running in and trying a million things. And he's getting punished, and he's learning the hard way again. 3 overs for 25. He got his wicket with an absolute perler. Why not just stay there? Stay there for a long period of time.
And that brings you back to the other basic that we speak about, and I hear what you're saying. It's about consistency. Once you know you've got the rhythm, you're hitting the mark, then you try all of the little skills that you have. You bring your skill sets to play, the in swinger, the in ducker, the slower ball, and then maybe outfoxing the guy with a slower outswing delivery, which prompts them to play up in front of them. Oh, that's a full-blooded stroke for 4. Made up his mind as soon as he picked up the length. And Motoa, after a really good start to the over, punished. So again, Rivaldo Munsami making sure that he picks up the one customary boundary in the over. 47 for 1.
47 for 1. And only 6 overs gone. That's the power play gone. But this is too wide. That's too wide to Munsami. It's going to be a bowling change from the Henops River end. It was Fryer, his short spell of 3 overs. Munsami also punished Nyaka in that over, 3 boundaries. So important now for Munsami, and I'm sure he's aware of that. He's the man that's in now. And he's got to bat through.
Juan de Swart into the attack. I think these changes are being forced. This ball is kept low. It hit the underside of the bat because there was no appeal.
Interesting. Definitely stayed low. Oh.
Yeah, his bottom ended that onto the pad. It kept low. That's not good for a batsman because it becomes more disconcerting. Suddenly you're thinking about other things.
No!
The Dragons, they've got an extra fielder in the ring. They know that they've got to squeeze. They've got to try and build some pressure. Only the deep square, fine leg and third man on the boundary.
It's a good picture to give you a feel of the field placing. As Pierre has just mentioned there again, to the left, third man to the right, fine leg.
No!
And then a deep backward square leg as well. So Dwaswal keeps it nice and straight again. Keegan just leaving the crease, trying to maybe just unsettle the bowler who's just come in, who's focusing perhaps on a line in length. And the batsman, by doing that, just trying to put him off somewhat. Standing just a shade in front of that popping crease.
Yeah, perhaps also there's a little shimmy there as well. After that one that stayed low, probably said to himself, let's get out of my crease here.
Would he be well advised if you had him on an earphone now to say, put it out of your mind. It's not going to happen again.
And I think he's using the right method. He's the Swat hasn't got a lot of pace, so you can afford to maybe stand outside your crease as well as that little shimmy, get to the ball, but don't overthink the wicket.
No!
Keep bowling this, really good bowling. He hasn't got a sweeper on the offside, so line is absolutely key with this field, and he's nailing it at the moment. 5 dots in a row.
They're going to need a few overs like this. They'll also need 1 or 2 wickets to just make sure they stay in this contest. 97 required of 133 balls. So And now he does push a fielder out to the deep with one ball to go. Cover point goes onto that cover point boundary, and we do have the third man still in position. Swart in again. And that fielder, will he come into play? He does, and I think this was a wise choice by Jan Lubo to have pushed that fielder back. End of the over. 2 runs taken, 49 for 1. Pierre has left, and Kobus is alongside me. Kobus, how do you reckon this will go now? I mean, that revised target, not necessarily in favor of the batting team, given how well they bowled, but given the complications of how these permutations work, I'm not even going to get into it. But the batting team certainly in the pound seats.
Yeah, we definitely need to leave the DLS calculations for the statisticians. It's a little bit above our pay grade, Aslam. But I agree with you. I wouldn't have thought they will get more runs per over required after what the Northwest guys have had 8 down. But nonetheless, a very good start here by Rivaldo Munsami. Exactly what they needed in such a shortened game. As captain, he came out and he showed the impetus from the start. He played some magnificent cricket shots. He put the bowlers under pressure from the start. And in a good wicket and a fast-scoring outfield, that's exactly what he's capable of.
And again, I must say he's taken the responsibility as a skipper, and now just showing, having chosen to bat at the top of the order, he's playing with that air of responsibility, authority, and that's good to see. I did say earlier we haven't seen sunshine this morning or this afternoon. Happy to report there's bright sunshine over the ground. Shadows at last. I'm not sure who that call came from, but a very good single. 50 up. 50 for 1.
Yeah, lovely to see a bit of sunshine here today at SuperSport Park. It's been a miserable day, cloudy, quite cold also, and unfortunately the rain has chased some of the spectators away, but nonetheless a very important game in the context of this competition. And yeah, I must tell a tale. I've seen a young Rivaldo Munsami in my playing days score his first class 100 at Boland Park in Paarl. And from a young age, I would actually still want to go back on my phone and look at my gallery. There's been a photo in the change room of him scoring his first 100th century. And from that day, we always thought there's just something special about this youngster. I think it's about 7, 8, 9 years later, and he definitely progressed into a very, very accomplished cricketer. His ball striking ability has always been second to none, and it's just how these young cricketers package that together, because he got opportunity at a very young age. And it's looked like his maturity levels have really picked up now. And if you look at his captaincy in today's contest, which we've seen and we described from the side, there's a lot of cricket knowledge within him.
This is a glorious stroke. That is signature Keegan Peterson stroke. Plays it a little late, just in front of square, bangs it through to that offside boundary for 4. That's his, I think, second boundary. So 54 for 1. This is a fantastic partnership. It's moving along very nicely now. Worth 37. They came together with a score on 17 for 1 when Senekwane was bowled by Fryer with an absolute Jaffa of a delivery that dislodged the off bail. That is a quality stroke.
Yeah, Alfred Matoa just a little bit guilty on this occasion. The last 2 deliveries, just too much width outside the off stump, allowing Peterson to free his hands, and that also brings us to the end of the 8th over, and a commentary change here. Aslan is going to leave us, but nonetheless a very good start here by the Momentum Multiply Titans.
If someone just comes in now and they switch on the CSA YouTube channel, they'll wonder to themselves, what rain delay are you talking about? It looks absolutely amazing. 55 for 1.
No!
And I love the role that Rivaldo Munsami has taken upon it. He's playing that Jan Lubo role in this Titans setup.
Yeah, definitely the aggressor. He's played some magnificent cricket shots on a good wicket. We spoke about the quality of the wicket all through both innings. Basically, if you look at the wicket that Vian Lubo played on, it looked completely different than the rest of the batters. That middle order collapse for me was a bit worrying factor. If I was in the coaching staff of the Northwest Dragons, I'll address that in terms of the soft dismissals there. Nobody were really trying to work hard and give themselves the best chance to score. And then obviously with that score, they realized they're under pressure and they gave the new ball to the young, exciting Carl Fryer, who got a fantastic delivery to get rid of Senekwane, but just a little bit indifferent in terms of his length and his accuracy, which made him quite expensive. We've seen previously that Ruan de Swart has taken the new ball and just gave them a little bit more control, but I think they knew the only way how they can stay in this contest is by taking wickets.
Carl Fryer is only 17 years old, showing good potential. Just getting big on Keegan Peterson. He hooks it around, gets the top edge. Even a little bit of a glove, you might say. It runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, Ruan de Swart will definitely not be too upset. He definitely got the better of Keegan Peterson there, the top edge. Yeah, he's not renowned for his pace, so you could see Keegan Peterson was starting to use his feet and get into his channel, and a very good bouncer ball here by Ruan de Swart. Nice height in that uncomfortable area on the right shoulder, but nonetheless well played by Keegan Peterson.
Very unlucky, Ruan de Swart. Munsami must run here. Makes it home. It's been very unlucky, I might say, because he was part of that team with Neil Brunt and them that went to New Zealand 2 years ago. And amongst the indifferent performance of South Africa, he was one of the shining stars in that series, in that 2 test lineup. And since then, not even a call-up to the SAA side that has been consistent for Ruan de Swart. So has to do a lot to get back into favor, I suppose.
Yeah, if you look at the pecking order within the Northwest Dragons squad, they've got a couple of good players that actually moved across there. Deon Forrester has joined. His flavour of the month in terms of the all-rounder spot in South Africa at the moment. They had a very good SA20 again. Ruben Herman also joined as a top order batter who done well from Mpumalanga Rhinos 2 seasons ago. So those 2 batters came into the system and they basically just pushed him down a little bit, and that's sometimes tough, and that's the hardest part of cricket and the competitive environment that we create and we operate in, that the coaches and CEOs of big teams are always looking to the next best thing and the next best player. And that's so important for you as a player to stay relevant, to keep doing what you do season in and season out, and continuously perform. That's the most important thing, which I feel sometimes young players take for granted.
9 overs completed. It's 60 for 1. 20 overs to go. The Titans, they need 80. They need 84 runs to win indeed. Carl Fryer with the wicket, but going for a big second over. But when Rivaldo Montami is batting like this, Kobus, there's very little most bowlers can do around the country.
Yeah, you're 100% right. He's a shot maker. He's pure class in terms of his stroke play and the way he gets into positions. He hits boundaries of good deliveries also. So class active is in this form.
Speaking about pecking orders, he's also getting one where it's starting to get a little bit tougher in terms of batters who are wicket keepers. Right under his eyes, Luandre Pretorius is probably one of the biggest prospects around the world, you might even say, Luandre Pretorius. And then you just look around what's happening in the country elsewhere. You look at Connor Esterhazy, the Lions wicketkeeper, scoring runs for fun, booking him a place to SAA in India. He scores a 90-odd there. And here he is in the New Zealand series for South Africa. Can go to Hanufel Yoon in the Dolphins, Cal Verani in the Western Province. There's so much talent with the gloves and the bat. Tall pecking order there too.
No, you're 100% right. If you look at his team here, the Titans also, where young Keegan Leon Cachet is taking the gloves now ahead of him in this competition also. So definitely the case, but I think from a batting point of view, he'll compete in a different aspect, especially in the shorter form. T20 cricket is very, very aggressive in the power play up front. He's scoring big runs there also. So it's just good to become good cricketers. And if you look at a guy like Wiaan Lubo, the way he played in the last couple of weeks, our South African domestic circuit also need those players who stalwarts for their provinces, and that's so important for their franchise and for their team to make sure you Mr. Consistent. You're the guy who's there week in and week out. You earn a good salary. You serve the system. You serve the franchise, and you are part of the heritage of the franchise, and you part of the guys who bring through the next crop of players, and that's so important. And I think if you look at a 3-4 year system, when the two sections came, Division 1 and Division 2, there's been a lot of movement throughout South Africa, and then that culture of a team and of a union sometimes go by the wayside. So I think guys like this is so important for the Titans or for the Dragons. And I think what I mentioned earlier, Wiaan Lubo is a prime example of that Mr. Consistent for the Dragons over the last 2-3 seasons.
You're actually making me think of John Smuts last season for the Dolphins. Nice Yorker there from Alfred Mutwa. And he bowls a maiden over, 60 for 1 after 10. But you're making me think of John Smuts last season for the Dolphins. The Dolphins were all sorts of ways in the 4-day and the T20s. They were basically headed for relegation. But that one-day series, John Smuts scored 50s for fun. He comes in with the left arm spin, he controls the innings, much like what Wiaan Lubo does. And through his consistency, I think he scored about 5 to 6 50s last season. But when you have a player like that with so much experience that you can rely on, it allowed the Dolphins to get to the final versus Boland and then take it over the top and actually win the championship at the end of it all. Good hands from Monsami. It's going to be 2 runs, but Keegan Peterson really denies the second run. I think that's good.
He had the ball already.
Yeah, very good fielding there by Ludwig Schild on the boundary. Had a lot of yards to make to cut off that 2. You could hear Monsami said to Keegan Peterson already had his ball in his hand when they wanted to turn for 2. But nonetheless, good running and a good partnership growing. And the Titans in a position where they only need 83 to win this contest.
What?
But think about those consistent performers as well, like John Smuts helping them win last season, and here Wiaan Lubo helping them get closer to that qualification. In as much as there's a lot of movement since the Division 1, Division 2 splits back in 2021, the best teams that are able to perform keep their best players. And they build their team around those 4 or 5 players, maybe 2-3 batters and 2-3 bowlers. And then those become the base of your team, and you just pick out the right balancing pieces. Just a misfield, they come back for 2. But then around those 5-6 players, you then pick out the missing pieces from the other teams and even Division 2 to create that balance in the squad.
Yeah, that's 100% spot on. And if you look at what happened to the Titans earlier this year, we spoke about it in the first innings where they struggled in the first 2 months of the season. They had Devil Brevis, Luandre Pretorius and Corbin Bosch being pulled up to the national side. It wasn't part of the plan at one stage, and with Shukri Conrad taking over, they had more opportunities, and obviously all 3 of them have become very, very accomplished international cricketers, which is great for the Titans. And over the years, the Titans have been stalwart in bringing up international cricketers over years, over more than 2 decades. So that's great, but then obviously the rebuild phase came and they had to make different decisions. If you look at guys here today in the squad, the Janko Smit played a lot of 4-day cricket this year for the Titans. Jorik van Skalkwyk started playing as an opening batter. So they have to replace those guys, and that allowed Keegan Lion Cachet also to get more opportunities. So that consistency is important, and then also it comes back into you as a coach, Rivash Gobbin to take over the Titans job now on a 3-year contract. What is your pipeline? What does your pipeline entail? Who's your next in line players? And that's sort of your stalwarts in your team and the youngsters coming through. How do you create that balance is so important.
So with the Titans, they have strong, experienced bowling. Junior Dala, I don't remember him playing for another franchise. He's been here for over 10 years now, if not longer. So you have your bowler there. So when a Janko Smit comes in, when a Dwan Jansen comes in, you have a senior bowler who can teach the culture on what our bowling is about, what our team is about, what the fast bowling is all about. If you go to the top of the order, you have Rivaldo Munsami, you have Neil Brunt, who's been here for a very long time. So now when Luandri Pretorius comes in, there's a Rivaldo Munsami there. When a Keegan Lion Cachet comes in, there's a Rivaldo Munsami there. When a new spinner comes in, there's a Neil Brunt there, etc., etc. And that's how you continue the culture of the team living on, and the young stars who are watching the game right now can come in and assimilate to what the team is about. 65 for 1 after 11 overs. It's a lot, this game of cricket. It's not just get a ball, throw the ball, see the ball, hit the ball. There's a lot of planning and a lot of tactics behind executing.
You're 100% right. It's very complex. If you look at the Titans, they would have been worrying at some point here in late November, early December. Short and wide again. Munsami too good in this occasion. He pulls it across to the leg side. And he moves on to 43. Another boundary for Rivaldo Munsami. Leading from the front. And he's just showing his class.
He's really taking it on. Eye of the Tigers playing in the background. And man, he's charging it up. The 50-run partnership between Munsami and Peterson comes on. 52 from 53 deliveries. And I think the most worrying thing here, if you are the Dragons, apart from the fact that you're not taking wickets because you need wickets, it's the fact that the Titans are batting at such a rapid rate, going at 6 runs to the over when they just need to be going at 4 now.
Yeah, we have to say then, again, Vian Libber batted phenomenally well, but the Titans, their discipline has been great from a bowling unit. We said we had a good makeup of bowlers, 4 quality seamers and 2 spinners who's been very accurate today. So sometimes you also have to give credit where credit is due. A bit of a agricultural hoik here by Rivaldo Munsami. He saw the change of pace from Alfred Matawa and his eyes lit up and just got the inner half for a single down to the deep square field on the boundary.
And Onkenyaku is their trusted seamer for this season. Got taken apart by Rivaldo Munsami real quick, prompting Vian Libber to take him out of the attack.
Oh, wow.
That is amazing. That is shot of the day. Rivaldo Munsami couldn't believe it. We can't believe it. I'm sure the ball itself can't believe that it can be timed that well. Perfect drive from Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, high quality by the young right-handed batsman Keegan Peterson. Getting back to his best. Classic. You can't get better than that. Hit it back to where it comes from. Bat maker's name. Horizontal bat right through the ball. Lovely timing. And just what the doctor ordered here for the Titans and for Keegan Peterson.
Oh goodness, make it 2 and 2. That one even easier on the eye. Goodness me, he is dialed in. 2 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, that's Pierre Klaas. Alfred Matawa guilty on this occasion, too full. But you could just see his weight transfer immaculate. In a position where you just wait for the ball. Look at his position, head still, just leans on it. And the timing is exquisite for 2 phenomenal boundaries, one after the other. And unfortunately, the visitors are feeling the pressure here at SuperSport Park.
Oh, that's ridiculous from Keegan Peterson. You don't get more textbook than this. You're not trying to overhit the ball. You said it perfectly, Kobus. Just transfer your weight. Let it do the work for you. Onkenyaku standing a little bit deep at mid-off. No one is quicker than Keegan Peterson out there. Wonderful, wonderful batting. Ends the over. 14 runs from it. It's perfection from Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, and the partnership is growing nicely between these 2 experienced senior players of the Titans. They moved on to 62, and here you can see all 3 boundaries have been this over. The first one from Munsami, and then 2 textbook on drives by the talented Keegan Peterson. The second one even better, where he just used the pace of the ball, timing of the highest quality, and that's how you put the bowler firmly under pressure.
It's beautiful from Keegan Peterson. ICC Player of the month back in January 2022, and he shows why. He tortured India during that tour. No one could figure him out. And then for about 3 to 4 seasons, everyone could figure him out. Outside that off stump, he was very vulnerable. Oh no! Now all of a sudden, he perfectly times it back to Onkenyaku's hands. And the leading wicket taker for the Dragons throws fire one more time.
Yeah, that's an exceptional catch by Onkenyaku. Nothing wrong with the shot. A little bit on the up by Keegan Peterson. Not really under his eyes, a little bit in front of his front pad where he made contact. And this catch running through, phenomenal. You can see there a little bit early. And the reaction time to take that catch is not a lot. And you can see the delight. He realized that just happened. And it's a bit by fluke. You push your hand out and it sticks or it doesn't stick. But nonetheless, a very, very good catch by Onkenyaku.
Right on his follow through as well. Incredible reactions. That left hand just helped the ball getting cushioned into that right hand. Keegan Peterson couldn't believe it. He timed that quite decently. But geez, the reaction time from Onkenyaku. It's as if the ball came at the best position you would ask for. He's already leaning forward on his follow through, but then to get your hands there and make the ball stick. Fantastic work from Nyaku. Keegan Peterson is going to feel like he left so many runs out there. He and Rivaldo Munsami, the way it was looking, they were destined to finish this game. Just 65 runs to win from 101.
Yeah, a little bit of a commentator's curse there. We just praised him and how well he played in a couple of shots. He played in the previous over and when he plays for South Africa and the rest. And unfortunately, an incredible catch by Onkenyaku to get the end of, to see the back of Keegan Peterson. But the ever-experienced Neil Brandt made his way to the wicket. He's going to join the captain Rivaldo Munsami to see how they can manage this remaining runs that the Titans will need to get into that semi-final.
Batted wonderfully last time they were here versus the Tuskers. That 58 came in a blink of an eye, and it was in a situation where the Titans were relatively up top, but then to take the game away right till the very end is what you need, and that's what they need right now from Neil Brandt. Here he is, facing Onkenyaku. Well, your aggression needs to be controlled to a certain degree. Rash first shot on his first ball.
Yeah, a lot of room outside the off-stump wide from Onkenyaku, but the position that Neil Brandt needs to find himself in to get closer to the ball is so important in the beginning of the innings to make sure that that contact point is closer to your body, under your eyes. It's a little bit loose outside the off-stump. Sometimes I don't mind the shot, but I just sort of mind the position you get yourself into to play those type of shots.
Also allows you to keep that ball onto the ground too, because you're playing it right under your eye, your weight is on top of the ball. And I say this because look at the danger on your screen. 3 fielders on that cover, and one standing a little bit further behind Caleb Seleka, who's standing right on the ring. So there's 4 fielders all waiting for that miss-driven shot. And so if you're just going to throw your hands out there, it's very easy to pop the ball into one of those hands. Seleka standing much closer. He mistimes it. It goes through the mid-on region. Vian Leber can't get it down. Doesn't matter how the runs come, so long as they do. 4 runs for Neil Brandt.
You can see Neil Brandt's intent is clear. He want to make sure that they get to this target as soon as possible. They know they need 20 overs for a result. There was a bit of rain around. It looks alright now for the occasion, but his intent is clear. They're going to try and get to that score as soon as possible. Not completely under his eyes, not the timing he wanted, but still enough bat on that ball. And he opens his account with his first boundary.
Oh, delicious! Serve that on a plate in the finest restaurant. What a cracking drive from Neil Brandt for 4.
And that's a glorious shot. We just spoke about that position to get into, and here you can see that front foot closer to the ball, under his eyes. Excellent weight transfer, timing of the highest level, And that's a beautiful drive by the elegant left-handed Neil Brunt. He moves to 2 boundaries in this over, and Onkenyaku keeps feeling the pressure. He's moved on to 26 and he's still got 1 ball left in his third over.
Oh, wonderful recovery from Nyaku. Just charged that straight onto the stumps. Despite all the efforts from Carl Fryer, he can't stop it. It's going to be another boundary to end the over, and the Titans now need 53 runs to win.
Yeah, interesting over by Nyaku. First ball he got a wicket and then the 3 boundaries. This time round the luck with Neil Brunt and the Titans. A very good delivery by Onkenyaku, and the young Kali Fryer did all he could, but unfortunately got a hand to it before the boundary, but pushed it over the boundary for the 3rd boundary for Neil Brunt and the Titans in the over.
They've been chanting, "Here we go, Titans, here we go," down there. Here are the rest of the kids playing with the mascot. Sundown supporter in the background. So they bring in a change of bowler, change of pace as well. The rare sight of a leg spinner. Here comes Caleb Select.
Yeah, the introduction of spin for the first time in the 2nd innings from the Northwest Dragons. Caleb Seleka already on 12 wickets in this year's competition at 14 apiece, so he had a good season thus far. Unfortunately, not a lot for him to work with in today's contest. Only need the better of 40 runs here for him to come and play. And we know, as well as you know, leg spinners need some runs to play with, but he's definitely making some inroads in South African cricket, the young Caleb Seleka.
Oh, take that, Rivaldo Munsami. This is sensational batting. Those wrists are made out of rubber. Squeezes the gap through for 4.
Yeah, welcome to the crease, Caleb Seleka, a man in very good form. He moves on to 48 of only 33 deliveries. Just a little bit short on this occasion by Caleb Seleka, his first delivery. Rivaldo Munsami picks up length early. He moves deep into the crease, and he pierces the gap between the 45 field on the offside and backward point with majestic timing.
Wasn't even the worst ball from Seleka. Neither's that. Very brave to toss it up right into the eye line of Munsami. But that previous shot, and you were speaking about this the entirety of the previous innings, Kobus, feet movement. Look at how quickly he gets into the position. He opens up that offside, and that ball does not deserve to be cut. But he found the angle, and that's what makes an excellent batter in good form. They make runs even through good balls.
Yeah, I have to say that is exactly what Vian Libber did. His energy at the crease, the way he moved, his intent that he moved and he played with, is exactly what Rivaldo Munsami shows us here. And you have to make a play. You're the main character when you're batting, and it's important to get into good positions. Good cricket shot by Neil Brunt again. Leka, the leg spinner, turns the ball into the left-handed Neil Brunt, but he was there, in good position, under his eyes.
Driving that against the spin. It is the shorter side of the boundary, the offside of Neil Brunt from the out-bob end. So that's a smarter play. Short mid-wicket is stationed right there, should he made a mistake. However, Rivaldo Munsami playing an incredible captain's knock. Very much like Vian Leber's captain's knock on the other side. He's on 49 runs, close to yet another half century. There it is. It's been excellently done from the Titans captain. Just 35 deliveries. Rivaldo Munsami gets his 10th list A50.
Yeah, brilliantly played. 10 boundaries in this 50. 40 runs of them came in boundaries. Phenomenal stroke play. When the captain's knock was needed, he stood up and he made it count. And I must say, only 35 deliveries for this 50. Well deserved and very well played by the Multiply Titans captain Rivaldo Munsami.
Aggressive at the right time. Defensive at the right time. But keeps the score going. Just like Neil Brunt is doing here. Misfield from Onkenyaku despite his good efforts. They milk the leg spinner for 4 singles out of the 6 deliveries. Another one with a boundary. So 8 runs is taken from the over. Titans captain makes it to his 10th 50 in his career. We'll have a commentary change in over number 14. 45 runs to win. Yet the brain comes in with Aslam Kota.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a lovely period this has been. This partnership just worth 20, but fine stroke play. And Neil Brunt has certainly come out with a vengeance. Rivaldo Munsami has just played a delightful knock. Timing and the placement and just the way he's been finding the gaps. The moment he's come in, Neil Brunt has looked $1 million. He certainly has. 100 comes up with that single, and the target now. I'm just looking to see they require another 44 runs of just 89 deliveries. Good solid performance with the ball earlier today. A good fight back. Short delivery from Nyaku, left alone, and then wonderful performance with the bat as well.
Yeah, it's now just a situation where Munsami and Brunt has got to see this through. And he lost the 2 wickets, Titans 100 on the board. Got to be sensible, responsible, be the man with a not out next to your name. That's what you need to think right now.
Sensible, responsible, and then we'll pick a little one more line or one more word out of the famous song. Logical. Just keep it logical. You're almost there. Such a pity that I was just beginning to enjoy Keegan Peterson. 31 of 34, 5 fours. His stroke play has been just so pleasing to watch.
Yeah, when he's in form, Keegan Peterson, it's just good on the eye to watch him. It's
100%.
It's just all about timing. And the way he got out, you can't do anything about that. Nothing.
Yeah. If it goes to that light in there,
Slightly on the up, was it? And caught and bowled by this very same bowler, Kenyaku. But Rivaldo Munsami is 51 coming off, as we've just mentioned, 35 balls, 10 fours. And each one of them in fantastic control. He's been in such imperious form. What was that partnership worth? Just about 50 odd.
stay with us, please.
Came in
62.
no time. Was it 62? 62 in good time, and the number of boundaries they were able to hit was the key to that partnership. And I think what I noticed out of that partnership is the ability to hit good balls or fours and into the gaps.
But that's what you get here. That's what makes it so tough for bowlers coming to SuperSport Park, because batters can hit your good balls risk-free on the ground for 4. 102 for 2, 15 overs gone, and players will enjoy a well-deserved drink. And those are bowlers. Cole Fryer 1 for 25 and 3 on the expensive side. Nyaku 1 for 33 in his 4. It's not a good day for the seam bowlers from the Dragons in Saleka. Just the 1 over so far. We will see you in a couple of minutes.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Well, I can tell you that the Titans are dreaming of a semi-final and perhaps even a final. Neil Brunt now on strike. Caleb Seleka. Very gentle leg spinner, but he does control quite nicely. Whenever I've watched him, he's been pretty impressive from that point of view. And seems to be a very cool character. Doesn't get overawed by the situation, doesn't mind if he's been attacked. He just keeps to his strengths.
I feel the Dragons, from a tactical point of view, they took too long to get the change of pace, a spinner on. They persisted with the seam bowlers.
It's a good point to make, because what tends to happen is if you pick up in the first little while that things are not working, you don't mind in a shortened game especially to just do something differently. Don't be predictable. Then I'm going to use my first change bowler after the two openers, and then I'm going to go for my second change. You need to just be a little more out of the box.
Oh, the spinner came in the 14th over. I would have thought after that power play of 6 overs, at least after 8 overs, just have a look. You've got nothing to lose. It's not working for the seam bowlers, and hence Munsami, 51 of 40. He likes pace on the ball as well.
Very good point. And then, you know, we all grew up with a notion of our own. And I'm one of those. I know that through the years on commentary, I always also think that why almost stay predictable? Why not introduce spinners earlier? And how often we see, even in T20 cricket, when they throw the ball to the spinners, sometimes inside of the power play, it works.
And that's where Munsami's captaincy in the first innings was good, because he got Brunt into the action, and he got the big wicket of Lubo, and that's where everything started for the Titans, and that's where the collapse started for the Dragons.
103 for 2 after 16. 41 needed by the multiply Titans. And let's talk about how they did go through their bowling performance today. 167 for 8 after 42 overs. When rain came down at exactly 1 o'clock, 2 hours were lost, and the revised target means that the home team needs just 144. But before that, there were 2 very early wickets. There were 2 down for 14 were the Titans. Were the Isval Rano Northwest Dragons. And then a wonderful recovery, a partnership of 98, and as been mentioned by Pierre de Bruin, captain into the attack now. And the whole game completely changed. Jan Liver played 1 false stroke at not necessarily a false stroke, but not at the right time. And he was bowled for 67, playing the reverse sweep of the bowling of Brunt, who was the 6th bowler brought in early into the attack. And that precipitated a slide, and they never recovered from it.
But also, I mean, Northwest, they're looking for 2. They're going to turn. Good running, excellent running. It's that they had enough data and info on what happened in that first innings with Brunt and Engelbra. Now, there's a young man, Engelbra, bowled 10 overs for 40 runs, picked up the 1 wicket. He waited this whole season for his first game, And at SuperSport Park, that's excellent figures. So for me, the Dragons, they've really missed the trick.
The other observation I've made with this team in all the formats, they've been more consistent. I think Vian Libber's into 2.5 seasons of captaincy. You see a consistency in selection. You'll have maybe 1 or 2 changes in between. I think that's been one of the reasons why we've always seen them challenging and being mid-table or slightly above mid-table, where they used to always be the wooden spooners. So I think they've basically got things right as a unit, but clearly there are days when you're going to get things wrong. Brunt has been striking the ball very, very sweetly.
This is all they need to do now with Sammy and Brunt. There's enough scoring options, enough gaps.
.36 needed. Lots of time on hand. Across the line, he had to readjust very quickly. Eventually he plays a very firm looking sweep shot. There's Rivaldo Munsami. I thought he was setting himself for the big one over long on, but that's a single nonetheless to end the 17th over, 109 for 2.
It's also good to see a lot of the supporters were very patient today for the 2-hour break.
You reckon maybe that in the castle corner some of the drinks were going for free? That's why they hung on and stayed behind.
Free or not, Aslam, I think it's a lovely setting to come and enjoy cricket.
100%.
And that castle corner has been upgraded as well, so it's a bit bigger. Extended the 2 decks.
Already premeditating the stroke to the onside. An element of risk in that particular stroke. Caleb Saleka just has a question to the umpire instinctively. Why did he go through with a loud appeal? Did that perhaps come off the edge?
Looks close.
Again plays another sweep shot. Again mistimes it.
The option is on. I do like the option because there's only one fielder there in between deep square and deep mid wicket. So he's targeting that deep square area. He's just not making contact.
So nice, the left-handed Neil Brunt. Yeah, just the way he's moved today tells me that Neil Brunt is clearly either running into form or he's found form, but very different from what I've seen in recent times, and very fluent in the way he's gone about his batting. Tall fellow. Again displays the most delightful looking cover drive, beautifully timed, pleasing to the eye. Then he just 30 runs now, 68 deliveries, a score 114.
Yeah, not much wrong with his delivery. You've got to give credit to the batter. Great shot, used his feet and just placed it beautifully through extra cover for 4.
Bowling for 2 fielders converging in the middle. It's a long throw that comes in, but a committed run because he made the call for 2. So Brunt was sprinting through for the second. Makes it easily. 1 short run. That's why he made it easily. Neil Brunt.
Coming around the wicket.
Spotted by the umpire, Stephen Harris.
Mm. A nice way to indicate to So Harris just giving an indication to the fellows. Listen, we're pretty alert with what's going on around here. End of the over. 115 for 2.
Oh, these clouds, they're teasing us. They keep building up here. We need 2 overs for a result.
I think in the day we've seen fading light and then bright light. There was a period of sunshine, maybe 15 minutes at the most. It's almost like kids playing with a light switch in a room. And I want to just describe a picture after South Africa's tour in 1994 to Australia, in that famous, much anticipated match at the MCG. Had 3 days of rain. And there's a fantastic photograph. It's a huge stadium, as you know, Pierre. And there's a picture of one gentleman sitting in the stand, and the photographer must have been a good 50 meters or more back. And it just showed the empty expanse of that stadium. Full toss, played powerfully, but straight to the fielder. MCG. And there was just one simple caption. The most optimistic man in the world.
What a stadium. What a stadium. MCG.
Yeah, I've had the absolute pleasure of commentating on that famous test with Dale Steyn got 10 wickets.
What do you think of bringing Army here?
South Africa went on to win, of course, more memorable for the 166 off the bat of JP Duminy and the 200s by the Australian captain. South Africa sealing their first ever series win in Australia. This is a good-looking stroke, beautifully punched, well-timed. It's a very well-timed dive, but the ball's going to run away and just touches the boundary. An effort, unfortunately, in vain in the end. 4 more runs, but for a really well-timed stroke from Neil Brunt. And then there was a series of T20 internationals and one-days as well. It was a full tour. In fact, 6 one-day internationals, to believe it, and 5 T20s and 3 test matches. Kept going back to the MCG, and that's when I first actually spoke to a curator about. He was busy the day before the test and doing his usual watering just before the match itself the previous morning. And I asked him about drop-in pitches, and it was quite a revelation and a lesson out of how they do things in Australia. Again, so well timed. It's slow turn from Vihan Libber, allowing the left-handed Neil Brunt enough time to choose the back or the front foot. His timing and placement has been exceptional today. Great stadium.
Unbelievable stadium. I don't know if you've ever been in the change rooms, but that was the biggest eye-opener for me. You get lost in that change room.
No.
All I know is that Paul Harris went in the wrong direction when he was dismissed. And all of his players had the notion to him that, listen, if you're out, you don't go in that direction. This is where we're sitting. So I remember that. I was never a player, so I unfortunately haven't seen the change rooms. But I can tell you that if you took the time to visit the 2 museums, the Olympic Museum and the Commonwealth Games Museum and the Cricket Museum, astounding to say the least. There's the summary: 167 for 8 when rain came down. So their innings ended at 42 overs. And in reply, the Titans are chugging along here at 121 for 2. They just need 23 more runs of the remaining 10 overs. With Unsami, the captain, leading the way, first of all, as in his leadership earlier, and now with the bat. Really fantastic. Some of the stuff that they got there. Apparently, the curator of the museum, who was talking to some tourists, they said that they do not give you the value of the items that are in there. And obviously some are more valuable than others. Because they say they're afraid that eventually people will come and break it and steal the stuff. So it must be worth a few $1 million or whatever, Australian. But I actually overheard that, you know. That's how valuable the stuff is in there. Some of it over 160 years, maybe more. Oh, what a drive on the up. Magnificent to watch. Thank you very much, Neil. We're really enjoying the stroke play.
Yeah, this young man back in the attack fryer, and he's met with class. This was on the up. And this is Brunt at his best.
they're hungry for that semi-final. You can tell. They fought back beautifully with the ball. I mean, we saw a great match yesterday where the Lions took on Boerland. And if they won that, they would have a home final. And they were in a bit of trouble in that the Rocks were really well set with just 3 wickets down. And then a whole clutch of wickets fell and they fought back and won by 38 runs. So a good fight back there as well. But today I think this is a performance that the Titans will take lots of encouragement from as they go into a very important semi-final. They're on the brink of it, of course. With all those 8 wickets in hand, you reckon, with 18 more needed, or just 18 needed, that they're almost home. Ouch! I think the exchange should be, listen, your direction's not been good from earlier today, so I can understand you got it wrong again.
I would like to just watch the umpire because technically he's got to make a decision here. You're not allowed to hit the batsman in terms of the laws. I just want to see if Munsami attempted a run. No, he didn't, but he did leave his crease. So it's that one of those, just use your own discretion. Yeah, the bowler saw that he's just outside of his crease. His throw wasn't good enough. It hit the batter. And I think common sense is needed in these situations. The bowler immediately went to the batter and said, I'm sorry. Oh.
It's a good thing that he's got a lot of healthy covering there as Munsami. He's got a healthy rump. I think the umpire considered it because he had left his position. And then I think, as you say, common sense prevailed. Young man, Carl Frey, I think all of that must have gone through his mind.
You can see that he's got a bit of fire in him. I like that because in his first spell, he had eye contact with the batters. He's definitely got some fire in his belly.
Isn't he a little like Friedel de Wet? No ball call. Remember Friedel?
That's right.
Yeah. There's a bit of Friedel in this Fryer fellow.
This is something he's struggling with. It's only the first no ball now, but the first game against Western Province, he bowled about 5 in his first over.
I got more of a...
So a free hit is on offer for Rivaldo Munsami. Who's the bowling coach at Northwest? Yeah?
I think it's the head coach, Craig Alexander, former bowler himself.
Yeah. Well, he knows he's got something to work with here, there's no doubt.
No, 100%.
At 18, you know that the guy can only get better.
Those kids on the embankment needs to watch out here.
Well,
he did aim there.
He did aim there. Let's just say that his helicopter didn't start.
Yeah, that was the helicopter try.
Teams having fun out there and they're really enjoying each other's company, performances. These are good signs towards the end of the seasons from the Titans. Oh, he's got hold of that. He's timed it beautifully. Almost an element of unorthodoxy in that particular execution, but boy, is it so well executed. He's on to 60 now, playing a gem of an innings. Partnership 52. They've raced along in just 48 minutes, 8 fours in it. Brunt leading the charge, would you believe, in that 50 partnership. 33 of his runs coming in that partnership.
He was getting back.
131 for 2 after 20. They need just, am I seeing it right? 13 runs. There's a lot more people in the ground than we think with that camera angle, giving a view of the grandstand itself. Here's another look at Fryer just getting his direction all wrong. The front on view of this. It's a good thing he turned around.
Yeah. credit to Moonsamy to keep calm there. He can
Yeah,
easily.
I think you described him earlier in our earlier stint about, what was it, Quibus that mentioned this. He's seen this youngster for a long time and knows that there's a good cricket brain on that head. And you know what's a good part of the story, of the Moonsamy story, that he's a local boy. Yeah, he's locally bred, and generally in the modern era, in the franchise era, there's lots of imported cricketers from different parts of the country, but he's a local boy and he's now got the leadership as well. Full-blooded drive, slower ball picked up very easily by Neil Brandon, helps himself to a straight drive 4.
Yeah, mid off, mid on up. So that's a free hit for Neil Brunt, especially with that length.
And you know, the touch that he's been in, the form that he's been in, he could have played it straight through the offside. He decided, I'm going to go leg side because the mid-on fielder is a lot wider.
No.
Well, I'm glad that the rain's actually cleared and that we get in a game here, because at least now the Titans will have a good match behind them. The fact that they're winning on the field and not in the dressing room, or as they say, through the rules that favor you.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to take some confidence and momentum to Port Elizabeth on Wednesday. Your senior batters, they've done very well to chase this down. The bowling unit operated very well.
Absolutely right. We made that point earlier, isn't it? That in crunch matches like this, where it really matters, the big guys need to put their hands up. In between, if you get a performance or two from the juniors or the inexperienced players, that's a bonus. Oh, what a lovely pickup stroke that is. Premeditated. He knew exactly where he wants to hit it. He's in imperious form, and this is the Neil Brunt that I'm really enjoying watching. That takes him to 41. With the angle down the leg side, it was clearly wide down the leg side from Rohan de Swart. And that was sensational footwork, because that, just watching the replay again, he was hitting that from a second set of stumps outside the leg stump. That's how far he moved down the leg side to hit that stroke. Nice going over the offside. This is picked up, it's huge, and it bounces just inside of the boundary for 4. Pierre de Bruin has left us, and Quibus Pinar has joined me to describe the end of this match, and I'm sure that he'll be a very happy man in that as he joined us, those were the winning runs as well. 145 for 2 achieved in just 21 overs, and this is the final hit and the hit that takes the Titans into the semi-final.
Yeah, incredible shot, an incredible way by Neil Brunt to finish off today's proceedings. He came in with intent, he played lovely. He played a great hand here with his captain. He moved on to 47 of only 50 deliveries. And this partnership made the Titans well and truly champions today. They won by 8 wickets, 145 for 2 in 21 overs. An incredible run chase here by the Titans. And nice to see, as you rightly mentioned, the captain's knock by Rivaldo Moonsamy and 2 senior players backing it up together to make sure that they go into Wednesday semi-final down in Port Elizabeth against the Warriors with a lot of confidence.
And just to confirm that that winning hit was in fact a 6. And what a way to finish. And also glad to say that it's finishing under bright sunshine. And the sun certainly shining on the home team. They've done really well. They fought back with the ball earlier today. If we just review and go over how the match panned out for the home team. It's a great fight back. We saw some wonderful bowling as well. I don't have the bowling figures, but I do know that Brunt picked up 2 wickets at a very important time. Dwan Jansen picked up 2 as well. In fact, 3. And Khalim, in fact, picked up the important wicket at the top. So whilst the players are making their way off the ground and congratulating each other and obviously commiserating with the visiting team, Mpundelo Magubane will be going down to conduct the on-field interviews. In the meantime, on the screen, very quickly, 167 for 8. The match was well poised. As I said, after that fight back, there was a calamitous collapse, and eventually rain came down, which meant that the game was curtailed, and 42 overs was all the Northwest Dragons were able to face. And there, as you can see, Captain Vian Libbe, the left-hander, also leading the way with a wonderful 67. He got support from Yanaman Malan, although it was a very slow and an uncharacteristic 31 of 77. There was contributions from Dominic Hendricks and On Kenyaku as well. Janssen, as I said, picked up 3, Brandt 2, and they then had to come in with a target of 144. And as we've just been watching, Rivaldo Munsami playing a superb innings for 60, Neil Brandt playing an attractive innings, 47 of 30, and Keegan Peterson just running into fantastic form when he was caught in bowl by that man on Kenyaku, who picked up a wicket, and a wicket each for Fryer. And well, in fact, there were only 2 wickets down, so confirmation that they won by 8 wickets. But just talking about that fight back and how important it was, because I think they sense the importance of the occasion, the home team. It's at home, you don't want to throw this chance away.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Aslam. From the start, you could see there was intensity in the field. The way they put things together was brilliant. I think the Titans, the bowling unit, were very disciplined. And then for me, the standout in this scorecard here was Vian Libbe's dismissal. He played a high-risk reverse sweep against Neil Brandt in his first over, and that was the end of him. And that opened the window for the Titans to get back into the clash. That middle order collapsed, 4 or 5 wickets quickly there, sort of stopped the flow of runs there. And then between Brandt and Duan Janssen, they did a great job there to restrict them to that 167 for 8. And then obviously reduced overs, limited overs. They knew what was up for stake. On a very good batting wicket, Rivaldo Munsami came out with a clear intent and a clear plan, and he led it from the front with some exquisite stroke play. And then the innings of Neil Brandt showed impetus from the start, and his 47 of 50 balls just showed his class. And it's nice for a team like this, who need some momentum into the playoffs, to find it today in terms of 2 skill sets, from a batting and from a bowling point of view. And I would like to see how they're going to go down to Port Elizabeth to play against a very well-balanced Warriors side who had some good success in the last few weeks.
That's right, and away from home as well. And they've been very tough, have the Warriors this season. They've been one of the few teams that have actually scored more than 280 runs, I think, on 3 occasions in this competition. So they are the form team, although the Lions did finish well and they into the final. It's the Warriors who always, I think, through the season you felt are going to be up there with the best. Just coming back to Neil Brandt, do you think the fact that he doesn't have the fact that he's relieved of the leadership, that he's been able to now beginning to express himself as we've seen before when he did start?
Yeah, I must say, 5-6 seasons ago when Neil Brandt joined the Titans, I thought he's going to be the next Test captain. That was my initial thoughts when he started off here. And I must say the last 2-3 years he sort of underperformed under the radar. And the way he went about his business today, sort of, for me, is the right Neil Brandt I want to see. A little bit more fluent, a little bit more elegant. He played a couple of fantastic shots, the way he approached himself. His bowling was very accurate. So sometimes some players react well and on responsibility, and some other guys feel added pressure, as you rightly mentioned. But the way he conducted himself today, with both skill sets, has for me been a standout in today's performance.
Indeed, and then just focusing quickly on Prince at the top of the order for North early in the innings. He's a future prospect. Did you get to see him in Potch last week?
I didn't get to see him in Potch last week. I know a lot about him from his upbringing. He's matric in Rustenburg, playing for them there, and he did well for the Cubs at the Cubs week last year. Definitely raw pace. A big learning curve for him against some experienced batters today on a very good batting surface. he needs to find a way how he can put more balls in the same area, in the right area, which is quite important. But definitely pace you can't coach. You know, to put those things together and to use the raw ingredient that he has as a youngster, I do believe he got a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, as I said, the fact that he's young, he's got everything to play for and to develop. And just going back to the semi-final, or looking forward to the semi-final this Wednesday. Warriors, as we mentioned, taking on the Titans. As an ex-Titan, the areas that perhaps you feel they need to tighten up, having watched them through the season, what is it that they need to perhaps concentrate a little more on to at least make a real good contest of it and perhaps come away with a win to make it an all-up-country final?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite important down there. The seam attack is quite significant. We can see some of the previous game down in Port Elizabeth, they played the extra spinner and Rulo van der Merwe. I think they will go with the same 11. That's just my gut feel tells me you're going to go with form now. You're going to go with a team. You're going to try and pick the same 11 and keep going with them. But I think it's important how they're going to put partnerships together, especially down there. It's not a high-scoring ground always. It's a bit of a lower-scoring ground. And once your batters get in and you need to sort of knuckle down and work a bit harder, it's quite important. I don't think it's a stroke play type of wicket like a SuperSport Park. You'll have to knuckle down and really work hard for your runs. And I think from a fielding point of view and from a bowling point of view, the Titans sort of find a way when they get into these playoffs and to get the best out of them. Today, what impressed me a lot was the discipline. I think from a batting and from a bowling point of view, they were quite disciplined. And that put yourself in good state going into a semi-final.
Yeah, and then the one other thing, I mean, we've watched them through the season. We've also watched the fact that, as we mentioned, the change of captaincy and that. So just to focus, in fact, I was about to talk about Rivaldo Muntsami, there's glimpses of his fine stroke play. Given the leadership, and I think we've all waxed lyrical about the way he handled the team in the field, coming out to bat, you get a few gems that suddenly pitch up and they show that they do have the leadership quality. Your observations of the young man, you spoke earlier about him when he was a teenager.
Yeah, he definitely played a lot of cricket to get to where he is at this point in time. And he keep it very simple. He stands still in front of the wicket. He's a nice presence in the change room. He got a nice demeanor about himself. He got a nice personality. Always up for a joke and a laugh and a chat here and there. But he understands that cricket is his livelihood. And that's always been the case with him from a very young age. So I'm glad to see, as you rightly mentioned, the homegrown player becoming the captain of the Titans. And leading from the front like he did today is quite exceptional for him to get his side into a semi-final.
Just keeping the focus on him, yeah, he played some unbelievable strokes there, as you see. When it comes to his cricket, the fact that we have three formats, you're going to see batsmen being shuffled in the batting order. But what suits him the best?
Yeah, my personal opinion is in the 50 over and the 4-day cricket, I think he's more of a number 4 and number 5. He used the opportunity at the top of the order. In T20 cricket, he started doing that to great success. And the way he's hitting the ball now, he's technically quite sound if you look at the positions he gets himself into. He doesn't stay leg side of the ball. He doesn't move too much. So he sort of put him into a 3-in-1 player where he can go to the top of the order. But I would still feel his stronger suit in longer format cricket, 50 overs and potentially 4-day cricket, will be at number 4, number 5, and then perhaps in T20 cricket to go to the top of the order.
Yeah, I did mention earlier that in the cup final, which was eventually drawn, he got an 80-odd not out. And I'm trying to think who was the other batsman that also... It was Loandre Pretorius. The two of them put on a huge partnership and they nullified the Lions' attack. But that's where I actually saw the real Rivaldo Muntsami, because they had to hang in there. They were way behind by quite a number of runs. Eventually, when they ended, they were 180 runs ahead. And they took the game away from the home team on that occasion. And he was one of, along with Loandre, he was standout in that he showed his maturity out in the middle, the way he played and just made sure that they didn't give any further advantage to the home team. And they had to come from behind to at least force that draw. And I think in the end, they shared that trophy. So it was, in the end, in a manner of speaking, a match-winning performance.
Yeah, no, definitely very talented youngster. And it's nice to see how him and Neil Brun really stood together today to get this partnership and to get both not outs And that momentum getting onto the plane to Kobeta is so special for the Titans.
Yeah, I think that'll be one of the questions that Mbundelo Magubane will be asking. What positives will you take out of this particular match? And that's exactly what they'll say. They go to the old rhetoric. But it is important. There's no doubt about it that they've got this momentum. And it's a good thing. It's just 2 days away. They'll be traveling, I suppose, maybe early Tuesday morning to be there for a practice session and then play on Wednesday. So Mr. Magubane is in fact standing by to conduct the after-match presentation. And let's go down and join our colleague.
Scenes here at SuperSport Park. The Titans win in absolute fashion as they move on to the qualifier to face the Duffer Bed Warriors. We're standing with the Momentum Multiply captain right now, Rivaldo Munsami. Rivaldo, how's the feeling in the mood in the camp as you just come down from the change room?
Oh yeah, look, the boys are obviously in good spirits now. Good win under the belt. We're still searching for that full 50 over game, like I've been saying. But yeah, I mean, look, it's the right time where guys are getting some time out in the middle, getting some runs under the belt, which is some good signs.
Well, starting off the season, it was up and down, but now clearly the string of winning is pushing in the crucial time of the tournament. How do you ensure that you as a whole unit are able to keep that mindset going into the end of the season?
Yeah, look, we've had that mindset for the majority of the season, to be honest. Like the boys, everyone's buying into the winning, and everyone wants to win. And yeah, like I said, we obviously haven't had much games, and we haven't played much, so it's a bit tough. But yeah, moving forward, obviously it's the right time to peak. To be honest, it's in our team chat we said we've got 3 finals, and this was number 1, which is a tick. Yeah. We move on to the next one, and then we take it one game at a time.
You're going down to Gqeberha, and you were there before a couple of weeks ago, and the game was rain affected, but still, it was 109 for 8. The Warriors were really on top. How do you ensure now, the Warriors having won the T20 and they're looking very strong this season, how do you ensure that this form moves on down to Gqeberha?
Yeah, look, I have no doubt in my boys. Look, we're an unbelievable team, and then once we click, I don't think there's anyone that can stop us. No. So yeah, look, we're in good spirits, good form now. There's some good vibes in the camp, and yeah, we're up and running the next day.
Fast chase today, what was the mindset? You're seeing 144, 174 deliveries.
I think it was just spending some time at the crease. We haven't batted much, to be honest.
Spend time, Rivaldo, you were smashing it out there.
Yeah, it's obviously good to get some runs under the belt moving forward. But yeah, like I said, we take it a game at a time and we move on to the semi-final.
Let me not keep you with your boys. I know there's celebrations, but also at the same time you need to keep it in check going into the next. All the best for the rest of the season,
Thank
Rivaldo.
You so much.
Fantastic work. Rivaldo Munsami, captain of the Momentum Multiply Titans. We're going to call the captain of the Northwest Dragons right now, Vian Leba. Great match. Seems like whenever I watch you, always just have a spark to perform and try to take it over the mark, but today not coming over to the end. What do you make of that performance as a team unit today?
Yeah, I think if we're honest with ourselves, just not enough runs on the board, irrespective of the rain delay. I think it actually gave us a bit of a chance with Duckworth Lewis. It was kind to us. If we're being honest, not smart enough in the way we approached it. The wicket was never a 220 wicket. We had to be a bit more proactive than that. So yeah, I thought that they actually bowled really well up front. Credit to them, they bowled well, stuck to their guns nicely, and when they had the sniff, they took the chances.
Last season, you finished almost at the bottom of the log in the One Day Cup, having coming into the finals the previous season. Now, how do you reflect in this tournament this season, now that your season is actually over?
Yeah, I think we'll probably look back at small moments that we could have been a bit better. Two results that definitely could have gone our way that we didn't quite see it over the line, that we'll look back on with harsher thoughts, if I can say that. And then obviously I think the whole tournament's been one of rain delays and one of no results. So I mean that it is what it is. I think there's been a lot of positives in our tournament, so we'll take those and we'll learn from the mistakes we made, and hopefully next season we can go one or two better.
Let's talk about your own performance. 67 from 65 deliveries, or I might have got it wrong, 65 from 67. You were looking stunning, but the rest of the team looked like it was a little bit of a struggle out there. What made your batting out there a little bit different from the rest? Because it seemed as if you were batting on a different pitch.
No, I wouldn't quite say that. I think the situation I came in, and I was always going to be a little bit more positive. They were bowling really well to Janneman for a while, so one of us had to be a bit more proactive, and on the day it had to be me. I do think that I was just the lucky one. I got a few bad balls in between, so it happens like that in cricket sometimes. I wouldn't quite say that. I think just in general, maybe our options weren't the smartest. I think having said that, 67 or 65 is great, but that's where you need to take it to 120 odd and get the team into a good position to win the match. So I think if we're being honest, yes, it's probably a good knock, but not good enough. I think that's the reality.
That's why probably you're the captain, leading from the front and taking accountability for what was a good knock that could have gone a little bit further. But now, talking about looking further now as the Dragons next season, such a young squad coming with your Carl Fryers and the balance with you gentlemen who are now veterans in the domestic season. How do you, the coaching staff, Craig Alexander, Neil Levinson, how are you guys going to take it forward going into next season now?
Yeah, I think we'll always just build on what we did well. There's been a lot of positives, like you said, a lot of good young cricketers coming through our system. Ludwig Schultz, another one. So yeah, we're excited about what's in the pipeline and what's around. I think it's just about how we can, as a unit, be smarter for longer. I think we've shown in the season how competitive we are as a union. 4-day stuff, this T20s even. I think we've really played out of our stocks at stages, but it's just the consistency now that we're after. So if we can find that consistent performance more regularly, that'll be our next goal.
It's amazing. Young players are now being selected from your squads to the South African team. Seems like you really have a good pipeline. Vian, I wish you and your Dragons nothing but the best going into next season.
Cheers,
Fantastic, thank you. Vian Lover, captain of the Dragons, and now we're going to have the player of the match. It's been some great performances. Rivaldo Monsami we spoke to earlier, but then we just spoke to Vian Lover, who scored that 67 from 65. Someone needed to get his wickets and break that 98-run partnership, and when it was about to end, someone needed to smash the final runs. Man of the match, Mr. Neil Brunt. Neil, worthy of the introduction we gave you, because all of a sudden it has clicked versus the Tuskers, a wonderful 50, 30 in between, and now another knock which was destined for another century. What really clicked and made you so aggressive and so positive in how you're playing your cricket right now?
Yeah, I think there's been a massive shift in the way we're training at the moment. I've worked really nicely with Rulo, who's sort of becoming a coach here, so it's been amazing to work with him, and he's really helped me a lot with my batting, just about plans and things. And yeah, I guess it's just trying not to play it safe anymore and just trying to take the game forward. I guess that's the way people want to play these days, so you've got to learn from the youngsters, I guess.
100%. Getting grey hairs now.
Yeah.
But now, I just want to take you to a little bit of a dark phase during the game with the drop of Vian Lurban. Yeah, and it was a tough one, but then you had to come in and bowl to him as already established himself. How do you get yourself out of that, oh snap, I just dropped a catch, and back into, I'm going to take this wicket and we're going to halt him from scoring runs?
Yeah, I think that's a nice thing about being able to contribute with the ball. You can sort of always try and impact the game, and yeah, I felt terrible after dropping that catch, I'm not going to lie to you, for about 30 overs, but yeah, it happens, I guess. No slip catch is easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just happy to contribute to the ball, and very proud of my batting the last couple of years, so hopefully it can keep on going upwards from here.
And then lastly, the way you just took on that final end of the innings, there was no need to rush, because even if the game was drawn, the Titans go forward by virtue of more wins. But then you really went out there and attacked it. What was the motivation behind that? Having Rivaldo was also doing the same thing once you went in there.
No, look, I love batting here. I love this place. Yeah, it's an amazing place to bat once you're in, and yeah, Albie's been challenging me about trying to be more positive and taking the more positive option, so I guess that's what I've been training, so luckily it came off today, but on another day it probably didn't come off.
Kabeka, very different from here.
Yeah.
Dufferbed Warriors, much stronger team, given they've won the T20, they're now in the final basically with this qualifier. How are you going to take this, what you've done in the Highveld, into a different kind of cricket down at St. George's?
Yeah, look, the Warriors have been amazing this season. You know, they've got all bases covered, good all-rounders, good top-order batters, and a really good seam attack and a good spinner. So yeah, it's going to be a tough challenge for us. We're expecting a tough game. It always is against them. So yeah, I guess we're just going to have to prepare well. It's a bit slower down there. Just look at our options, especially against spin, and yeah, just hopefully we can come away with a win there.
Neil, let me not keep you any longer. Fantastic performance throughout the back end of the season, and hopefully it goes well for you down in St. George's.
Cheers. Thank
Fantastic.
you.
Well played, man.
Thank you.
Blessings. That is the end of the interviews. The Momentum Multiply Titans take a fantastic victory. Powerful batting, magnificent bowling, and they are off to St. George's Park versus the Dufferbed Warriors. Who's going to face the DP World Lions once we get to the end of the season on the 28th? The answer is going to happen this Wednesday. Make sure that you stay tuned on who will win the qualifier. We are done here at SuperSport Park, and see you again on the next one.